Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, December the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can see my screen and hear me. If somebody in YouTube would do the same thing, that'd be great. Hope everybody had a nice little, well, I know I had a nice bit of time off. I know a lot of you probably were still working on Friday as the market was open. I see this ASPC had an amazing day on Friday, but kind of scary the way it closed, but it's ripping now again. Nothing is up a huge amount. I mean, 42% is a big amount, obviously, but again, looking at the pre-market actives up, there's nothing over 100% up or 200%. So let's take a look at the ones that are up. By the way, William, INO, what do you think of that one? That is probably, yeah, I'm sure what you're going to say is you'd buy it if it got down to -0 or something, but INO has decided, not currently planning, to treat recurrent respiratory, whatever that is. So that is the bad news for this company. Underneath the 200-day moving average, INO, was always just maybe kind of looking for a break. All right, Nero in 7 in our YouTube room. Yeah, well, I know on the surface, I'm talking to Nero in our YouTube room. On the surface, the product can look pretty daunting, overwhelming. Doesn't have to be though. So uh, I'm just going to. I don't know if you've done this. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. So if you go to my homepage, and I'm talking to Nero in our YouTube room. If you go to our homepage or my homepage, okay, just put the link in and click on the link. If you haven't done this yet, please do this. Okay. Scroll down a bit. When you come to the education section, click on the education section, and then you're going to see getting started with trade ideas. If you haven't done this, you must do this first. There are 12 short videos to get you started, okay? Not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but at least it'll outline all the major aspects of the program, okay? If you haven't done that, you must do this first. Yeah, SLS is also moving its way down. Is Regal Trial CRO informs company 72 events occurred. Okay, this is just showing up now, guys. Woke walk. Just showing up now. Wow, what a spike it had after hours on Friday, all the way up to 2280, right back down. So it is moving for some reason. So let's see if there's any news on this. They had a press release, yes. Obtains manufacturing approval for its AI automated blood cell morphology analyzer. Okay, so that is the news for WOK. Probably a low float, 10 million in the float. Oh, sorry, wow, we've got 10,000 shares. It's hard to believe that's correct, but we're getting that from our. I wonder, Obi, have you looked at this one? I mean, that's crazy. 10,000 shares in the float. That is crazy. Speaking, well, not crazy, but there is some major profit taking happening in the silver plays now. Look at SLV down 7%. You can just pick with just about any single silver stock, and they are down a lot. Let's see. Let's take a look at PAAS as an example. So this is down 4%. So the index is down a lot more. Silver is down right now. SLV down 7.2%. Though this was up silver. This was up 33% in December. Now it's having obviously a lot of profit taking today. But just take a look at my gap downs. HMC, HYMC, PAAS. This is more of a gold play. FSM, more of a gold play. But the precious metals, SVM, CDI, lots and lots of silver and gold plays are taking a hit today. Yeah, that's what it says. You're right. You're right. I mean, that's what it says. The float is 9,000 shares. That's crazy. They did a reverse split, Z. So it's hard to believe, though, that is correct. Anyway, DBRG. I know you've been talking about this one, William. DBRG. DBRG. Is it still here? Yes, it is. Looks like this is a done deal. I mean, it's not. We're still trading as DBRG today, but SoftBank agrees to buy all outstanding shares for $16 a piece. Okay. So it's a little bit below. Now, if you think, well, wait a minute, it's at 15.28. Why don't they just buy it right now? Because it's going to go back to 16. Well, it may, maybe not today, maybe never. Maybe the deal doesn't go through. At any rate, that is the deal for DBRG. Yeah, look at all these silver, AG, KGC. Again, so some of them may be gold plays, but yeah, let's see where silver, SLV, the ETF. Let's see where it could have some support. So the low. So this is okay. I got to now. This is Friday, and this is Wednesday. The half day on Wednesday. 63.56 is the low. And HYMC. This is a big one for the well, like most silver plays, but they actually had some news on their own. They hit some. They had a It's some kind of a strike, a silver strike on, and that was the announcement here on the 22nd. I knew you would say minus. I knew you would have a minus number, William. For I know. Anyway, so thank you for that. I saw SOPA. It had a big pop and then it pulled back. SOPA got up to 290 and it came right back down to two. Just going to see if there's any news on this one. This has been a very active stock. It's very. Oh, look at that Friday, big day on Friday for SOPA. SOAP. Sorry, SOPA. 5 days off, guys, from the market for me. That was I'm just sort of getting back into it. Okay, now there's a pullback for ASPC. So is this still a SPAC, or have they finally said who they're going to be merging with or taking public? Hopefully, I'm on a development version of Trade Idea, so my news is still they're still working on a far better news service. Okay, so I'm on this development version. Hopefully by the end of the month, I'll have it. Yeah, Boxing Day ain't what it used to be in terms of sales and all that. All right, guys. Let's see. Pally. Rare. Okay, how about Rare? Rare's down 41% right now. Yuck. Wow. Here's another one for you, William. How about Rare? Thomas's late stage studies of asset for genetic bone disorder fails. Wow. So this one, hopefully nobody was in this one. Oof. Not the user guide. Not the user guide. No, no. Okay, you have my homepage link, not the user guide. I'm talking to Nero in our YouTube room, so not the user guide. User guide is overwhelming. So click on my homepage link, scroll down, okay, scroll down until you see the education section. Where it says more info, click on that. I mean, here is the user guide, but no, I meant this. These are the videos. Sorry, getting started with trade ideas. Okay, getting started with trade ideas. Well, have you done that though? Have you done that first? Okay. Have you gone through these 12 short videos first? Okay. Please do that first before you do anything else. It would drive yourself crazy if you don't. Okay. Please, yeah, please take a look at those videos. Okay. It won't take you long. Don't, when you look at the user guide, I mean, don't get overwhelmed by it. I mean, the user guide is like any other user guide, software user guide. There's a lot of stuff in there. You don't have to learn everything. Yeah, this walk is, yeah, I mean, man, what it was at $2, wasn't it? What is the spread? You know what? The spread is excellent. I mean, it's not bad at all. 561. I mean, that's not bad. It's hard to believe it only has 10,000 in the float. And that's what our provider says. And they've done a reverse split. Is it today? No, you can have pre-import. Again, please do the videos first, okay, Nehru? Okay, take a look at the videos first, but you can certainly trade using Brokers Plus. We have, pre and post market. A lot of times it's a selection. I mean, I look at our charts. You know, if I right click on the charts and I look at properties, you know, you can check show pre-market, show post market, things like that. So the charts are showing Brokerage Plus. Any broker though, using Brokerage Plus, and I don't know if you're trying to connect to your actual account, but you must go in limit orders. You cannot go market orders. But please do the videos first, okay? And then by all means ask questions after that, but you have to have just that, you know, again, like any other software program, there's a bit of a learning curve, but what we tried to do in those videos is get you up and running as quickly as we can. CCCX, this is another one of those SPACs, guys. Yeah, you're in Brokers Plus. I mean, there's all sorts of things in the edit. You have to make sure you have. I don't know if you're trying to use their simulator. You have to get the account done. Go to the guide on Brokers Plus. Okay, there's a lot more information in there. User guide about Brokers Plus, but please do the videos first. Okay, HYMC. Okay, so now the next low looking left. Again, silver play down 7. Let's see what the index is doing now. SLV. SLV is down. Yeah, so HYMC is about down the same amount as SLV. Interesting to see if there's any bounce in this one today. Yeah, wow, it's pretty. Well, I watched some of the game yesterday, Ken. When the Browns beat the Packers, wasn't sure about the weather. I know that's an outdoor stadium. Okay, ANL. Now, the other thing about using Brokerage Plus, you don't have to use Brokerage Plus. Okay, just to let you know, it's It's not mandatory that you use Brokerage Plus. I'm sorry, not the Packers, Steelers, of course. Sorry, of course. AXTI, guys, let's take a look at this one. This was getting thumped also. AXTI has a bit of a resurgence, trading lower. Right, this is a financing, raising a lot of money, $87 million at I think it was 12.25. So way above the financing price, actually. Interesting, way above the financing price. Let's see at some point does it take up the VWAP and drift down to the financing price. Right now, it's about $2 above. Trade of the week. Let's take a look at the trade of the week. Is ABTC. ABTC suggestion to take it over $2. So it's and of course only when the market. I mean, you can do it. You can take the trade anytime you want. If you don't have to take the trade, of course, it is the trade of the week. But the suggestion is over $2. I guess if you get the email, the lockup period expired, so that was, I guess, a lot of heavy selling. It's the Bitcoin play, of course. All right. So on Friday, so the Dow was down a little, the SPY was down a little, the Qs were down a little. Let me take a look at some of the. Let me take a look at energy, XLE, see what it's doing with respect to the 200-day moving average. So still a little bit above it, but it's in sight. Like what I want to do, I might as well go over. I'm going to go over all the major ones today. So we've got XLE retail. Let's see what retail is doing. Very nice, still way above the 200-day moving average. It's not had a big drop. Healthcare, XLV, another one, holding nicely above the 200-day moving average. Communications. Okay. Last time I looked at these are starting to drift down a little bit, like technology, but again, another nice resurgence. XLK, I'm sure it's going to look a little bit like, yeah, see that what I remember with XLK. Technology stocks were starting to fade somewhat, but nice little 5-day, 6-day run. Financials, XLF. XLF, yeah, it's strong, moving further away from the 200-day moving average. XLP, consumer staples. This is still the one that I think it's the only major sector underneath the 200-day moving average. Still, it's been under for several months now. XLI industrials, well above. Materials was at one point, yeah, at one point it was underneath, but again, moving away. Utilities, that was one that was, let's see what's that. Yeah, so it was getting close to the 200-day. There's the green line there. It was getting close. Take a look at the semis, SMH, moving away. So the only major sector is consumer staples, that's LP. That is the only major sector that is underneath the 200-day moving average. So William, rare. We probably have other things in their pipeline, but boy, that is that's pretty devastating now. 42%. I'm gonna actually thumbnail that one as we get some kind of a bounce later. On a low float, 89 million, not crazy high, but it's certainly not a low float. 89 million in the float. I want to see if we let's see. Just put a price alert around just over 20 and see whether or not it takes out 20 later. There's any sort of recovery at all. Boy, HYMC continues down, guys, with silver. So this is now down 8%. What is silver down? SLV, what is it? What is it down? Yeah, it's still hanging around the 7.5%. Gold is not down as much, percentage-wise. Silver is taking the bigger, way bigger hit. Yeah, gold is down 3%. All right, guys, what time is it now? Now I've changed up the layout I'm going to use, my 9:30 layout. I've got a couple of races running. I have a volatile race and a large cap race. I've changed up the layout. I still have everything. I'm still sharing what I was sharing before on my homepage, all the different scans and races, etc. But what I'm displaying will be a little bit different. SVM, yeah, SVM is hearing it, making another new low. There's silver play. Okay, so rare, what did it get down to? Rare got down to 17, around 1750, and so it popped a couple of dollars off the low. They must have other things on the go, you would think anyway, because this is late stage. This is late stage. I mean, if they don't, this would be disaster. Still disaster, down 42%. So while the studies did not achieve statistical significance on fracture reduction, both showed meaningful improvements. And so, okay, um, I believe so. Oh, sorry. Sorry, William. You do all that work, and I missed it. It must have been in the specific stocks only. Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you very much. Tough fees back available, minus 217. Four approved compounds, substantial revenue, still lose money, et cetera. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Remember the year that January 1st was not a market holiday 2 years ago? Because some arcane reason, market can't be closed 3 days in a row or 4 days in a row or something. It was unbelievable. I thought a few years ago. It's probably coming up if if it was on the first, if the first was a Monday. Anyway, we don't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about that this year. All right, guys, I'm going to get my layout that I'm using. I'm going to show you what it looks like. Give me a moment as I save this. All right, just give me a moment as I arrange. Try to get this a little better looking. So these are the two races. Neither of these will start on until 9:30. Okay. With the market, let's see. Well, the market's not getting clobbered. It's down 3 points. The SPY is down 3 points, but this may take a while for anything to happen. Because these are stocks that are biggest gainers, large cap gainers. We'll get action in this one almost immediately. All right, so these are the top six I had in my previous layout. I had the top 15 in the pre-market actives up. These are the top six. I think I have talked about them all. Maybe not the ANL. I don't know if I mentioned this one at all. ANL. I sort of saw this, yeah, exclusive. No, I didn't. Well, yeah, I saw this one. Exclusive licensing agreement with ASK Farm, et cetera, et cetera. It was something like that, though, William. It was, and so January 1st, the market could not close. There was a reason for it. Pepe, if he's around, I remember belly ached about that. No, you wouldn't. Okay, SOPA. Some of the SOPA. Let's see if it's recovered at all. Yeah, so the pre-market, it got up to 280 and it pulled all the way back down. So a little bit above the VWAP though. Okay, a little bit above the VWAP or at the VWAP. So right at the VWAP. And this is the news after the company announced the launch of TMG Social. That's because you probably don't have TradeWave enacted, trader 4675. If you don't have TradeWave inactive, you're not going to get the little buy and sell flags. What time is it now? I can very quickly show you, very quickly. Um, I don't have it enacted here. So the first thing you have to do is on your chart, right click and make sure use browser interface is checked. Okay. Use browser interface is checked. Okay. When you do that, hopefully you'll see this icon up here right beside the anchor, to the left of the anchor, the indicator icon. And if you click on it, TradeWave is one of the options. You click on TradeWave. I'm showing you now. Okay, and now then it gets activated. Okay, okay, that's how you activate it. But you have to on your chart has to say you have to check use browser interface. And it's a toggle on and off. Okay, so watch what happens when it's a toggle on and off. So now it disappears, and now all right. Whoop, market's open, guys. Nobody told me. All right, so 9:30. Let's have a great start to the trading week. So we did get one here. Now I'm going to go over the race. You're going to notice that when the races start, eventually there'll be a top 10 list built in this area right here on both. And those are the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So there's the walk right at the top here now. Be okay. And be awfully careful. Oh, I see. I've got this over here. Okay. And when I say awfully careful, I mean, somebody said our provider, who we trust, says there's only, 10,000 in the float seems ridiculously low, though. Now here's BNAI. It's your planted walk on the top here. BNAI guys. Wow, look at go now. 204, 202, 203 bid ask. And looking left on the weekly chart, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 260. A high on the daily chart, closer, 225. So it's a little too close for me when I'm looking left. And they did have some news finalizing an agreement for a proprietary AI engagement solution, et cetera, et cetera. So now, for those of you who don't know, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. When the risk of something like this just running immediately, but it's been burnt too many times having stocks pop and then drop. Wow. Look at Iran, guys. I had that one thumbnailed. The only reason I know about it, it was really dropping in the pre-market. I think it could still be negative, but no, it's actually gone positive now. Iran, IREN. And the ASPC, I'm just going to say it was going to get halted. I have that one thumbnailed on my other one of my other monitors. ASPC just got halted. It's the halts resumes. Wow. What's this one all about? GLTR halted on the way down at $200. Whoa. And DBRG, are you kidding me? Oh, this was pre-market. Okay, this is pre-market. Because I saw here $18. So, well, William, you look like you're pretty bang on with this $15. Well, you mentioned Tilray. So here's CGC on the move. So let's take a look at the cannabis sector, MSOS. Your government pumped out some news. I don't see anything. Actually negative still. So Rare is starting to drift down a little bit out of that consolidation. Rare is drifting down. A lot of shares available for me to short. 3.5 million at Interactive Brokers. So a couple of uranium plays here, quadruple U and UEC. So BNAI won the first race. That's what that won beside BNI. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list built of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. I'm going to go over these races in more detail at around 10 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. Bitcoin play, BMNR. So they're announcing ETH. Okay, is it only ETH? I thought they did. I think they had Bitcoin holdings also, but oh, I see. This is the Aberdeen Standard Physical Precious Metals Basket. Okay, that's why. So let's take a look at silver. Has it found a bottom yet? SLV, has silver found a bottom yet? The answer is perhaps. Okay, it's trying to come back a bit here. Are you asking me if I have Bitcoin? I don't have Bitcoin, Z. Well, again, if you want the trade wave the first thing is when you go to a chart, right click, and it has to say you have to check use browser interface. If it's already checked, then obviously don't uncheck it. Okay. And then hopefully when you do that, if it's already checked, then again, don't uncheck it. But if it's not checked, then check it. And then you should get that icon right there. It's an indicator icon up here. And when you click on it, trade wave is one of the options. And remember, if you click on it, if I click on it now, it's a toggle. It's a toggle on and off. So obviously, TradeWave is on here. If I click it now, it's going to disappear. Okay, so that's all I can think of is that you've clicked on it or something. And but remember, you have to have use browser interface checked for your chart. Now this is going to look really okay. Actually, getting more than I thought off the bat here. So we have a couple of crypto plays. Here's Pepe's favorite stock, Celsius, CELH. Hmm. See if this has a pullback at all. CELH. Wow, SOPA. Ooh, this was the one that had the big pop in the pre-market, and then it came back down to about $2, and I think it's right around the pre-market highs now. Well, the pre-market highs are not quite. I mean, it's around 280 or so. Don't click indicators here, okay? Not here. Okay, please listen carefully. And anybody listening to me, don't click the indicators here. It's an indicator icon in the top of the chart that you have to click on. And the indicator, if you see what I'm pointing at, just to the left of the anchor, it's the indicator icon that you on the chart that you have to click to get trade wave. Not right click and indicators, okay? Here. So see ASPC halted again on the way up. So again, when you click on that icon, indicators, is trade wave, is that not one of the options? When you see what I'm doing, right? No, it's got nothing to do with the simulator. Okay. It's got nothing to do with the simulator. I mean, it is this a chart which has nothing to do with the simulator. Okay. So do you not see that icon? You see what I'm pointing at? Right beside the anchor to the left, there's the indicator icon. And the top option is trade wave. When you click on that, well, indicator manager though, do you not see trade wave on top of that indicator manager? I don't know. Yeah, you are you should be on the later one of the later version of trade ideas. I don't know how to help you then. If you left click on that indicator icon that I'm pointing at, when you left click on it and you don't see trade, I do see indicator manager. I do see that, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about trade wave right at the top. But he's a new subscriber, Pepe, so it has to be that. I didn't. Well, just auto opens indicator manager. So if you don't see trade wave on top of that indicator manager, which I've never looked at, but okay, if you don't see trade wave on top of that, I'm not sure how I can help you. Might have to send you to our tech support. Okay, have to take a look. But as Pepe is saying, you'll know what version you're on if you click on help and about. Okay, click on help from the toolbar. Click on help and then about. What version? I'm on a development version. The market has had a nice early pop, guys, from the bottom, 386 up to 389. So the market is rallying now. It. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. If you saw it before, that means you're on a version that you have a version that allows you to have trade waves. So okay, now here's a pullback for CELH. Okay, CELH is pulling back. The VWAP is at 46.24 or so. Okay, right around this area. Hard to see because it's within that blue, but it is pulling back. All right, BNAI actually it's holding, guys. It is holding. It hasn't had a big pullback yet. Okay, this one might have a little bit of room, guys. Fluence, FLNC. The high last week was 21.15, so it's getting close to that. If it can take that out, then the next high is 22.68. You can sort of see on the daily chart, it's the same idea. Well, I'm going to put a price alert just over 21 for FLNC and see if it takes it out. Boy, oh boy, so ASPC just resumed, and so there's a little drop, not much yet. And it did get halted on the way down now. ASPC did get halted on the way down. Okay, Orbs is on the move. ORBS is on the move over the whole number of two. And looking left, got a little bit of room, guys. 240 or so is the next high on the daily chart. So it has a little bit of room to move until it hits that. I think it's getting there, of course, but that's all I do. Just keep looking left. And they're setting up a 100, are you kidding me? $125 million stock repurchase program up to Up to. Okay, guys, how's Fly doing here? FLY? Obviously, a lot of room in a monthly chart. Take a look on the weekly chart. The next high looking left is 20. Wow, got a lot of room, actually, a lot of room for this one, both on the weekly and the daily. 27 or so is the next high looking left. So plenty of room. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but let's see if you're more into a pullback on this. Let's see if it pulls back to a level you like. With Fly on the move, FLY on the move. And we see a lot of lawyers trying to get you guys to join a class action suit with Fly. I did not say a boot. All right, Lunar showing up in both these guys. Yeah, Lunar, LUNR, showing up in both the large cap and I'll call this the volatile one. So Lunar on the move. Again, looking left on the monthly, of course, a ton of room. On the daily, a little bit of room, set about $1 to the next. Actually, I'm wrong. Next high is 1661. So it's very close. Well, some of those SPACs have already like I don't know enough about this ASPC. That's why I was asking in the pre-market. Have they actually have they actually identified who they're going to be merging with and all that? That's typically what why something like this would happen. It's been announced, and if you look, back here, it looked like it could have been announced this day. Williams. Oh my goodness, Williams' favorite stock in the world. Wow. So finally having a massive, massive pullback. SMX, massive pullback. Come on, guys, get that PR machine pumping today. Look at that. So for those of you who don't know, yes, that is factual. That hit almost $500 and early this month on December the 5th. Now they're just letting it go. All right. Again, CELH is continuing to pull back. It's getting close now to the VWAP at 46.29. It's getting close. Okay, right in that area. Okay, so this Kinross, I don't know if they have any silver at all. A lot of times, of course, it's not just one. Looks like it's just gold. So this is down 6%. What is gold down? I'm sure it's not as down as much. The ETF, not as much. So KGC is underperforming, if you will. Got a little bit of room, not a lot, unfortunately. I'd love to short this one, but when I look left, 2740 or so is the next low. It's a little bit too close for me. Looks like there could be some support in around, say, around the 2750 level. Could be. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 days in that area. So I don't think it's down any. There's no specific reason other than the fact that gold and silver are both falling now, pulling back. So if you think the gold miners are going to continue to fall, this is a wow, three-time leveraged, three-timer. So if you think they're going to fall, you can buy this. This CELH could get a little interesting at around the 46.85 mark. It's, there's the VWAP. You can see how it got into that purple line on my chart. That is the VWAP. So you can see how it got into it about 3 times, 4 times. This is on my 5-minute chart, how it kind of held, acted as support. All right, guys, it's 9:54. About 5 minutes from now, I'll be going over my homepage, including all the scans and information that I am sharing. Okay, the 2 races that you see here, I am sharing those. I see that ASPC just resumed trading and on the way down. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Probably a good thing. Yeah, this is recovering quite a bit. It's almost at the high of the pre-market, I believe. I want to say the high is around 270 or so for SOPA. Okay, guys, Rare. Let's see if Rare had a little bit of a drop. It came out of the consolidation, but not. But it's starting to come up again a little bit. I'd be, if this takes out 20, this may have a bit of a bounce in it still. And that's RARE. Bad news, obviously, for the company. after the bone disease drug fails in late stage trial. I'm looking for stocks that are just maybe over the whole number here. See if I get anything just over the whole number. Okay, guys, you know what? It's 9:56. I think I'll go over my homepage right now and show you all the information that I'm currently sharing. Okay, guys, so we do have another promo code. Okay, if you want to take out an annual premium subscription, you can use Barry 30. That'll get you 30% off an annual premium subscription. Otherwise, you can use Barry 25. That'll get you 25% off the first month only of a premium or standard subscription, or 25% off an annual standard subscription. Okay, a little confusing, but Barry 30, if you want to take out a premium annual subscription, you can get 30% off. Okay? So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use whatever the promo code is on my screen on my homepage. That'll help to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating 2 rooms, a YouTube room and the trading room. So for those of you in YouTube, there is another room. A lot more action in that room. More traders are in the room. More interaction amongst traders. You can stay in YouTube if you want, of course, but this trading room is free, same as YouTube. Okay. This room actually is open around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time in the morning. Obi in the trading room opens it then. I usually open YouTube at around 8:30. I get on the mic for both at around 9 o'clock Eastern time. So why don't I open the room at 6:45? Because I live in Vancouver, Canada, and a little early for me at 3:45 my time. So that's why I thank you, Obi, for opening the main room at 6:45. Now, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later for the questions. But even after I leave, William in the trading room keeps the room open. Doesn't have to, but I'll have to find out what time he wants to keep it open today, if he wants to at all. YouTubers, I do have to shut YouTube down when I leave, though, because there's nobody to moderate. And if you scroll down, keep scrolling down. When you click on my homepage link, scroll down till you see this. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right now. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. The trade of the week this week is ABTC. See what it's doing. ABTC. See if it triggered. No. So the trigger point was $2. When you get the email, wait a minute. Well, I guess it did. No, it did not trigger. It did not trigger. I mean, you can trade it any way you want, of course, but when you get the email, it's going to give you a suggested entry and a stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. But it did not trigger because the trigger was $2 and it didn't hit there. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there, either of those 2 folders, okay? The education section. I know I've pointed this out to somebody in our YouTube room, but if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the very first thing you must do, getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started, okay? You have to do this first. It's like any other program. It's a software program. There's a learning curve. And what we tried to do here is get you started So you understand, basic things that you can do with trade ideas. Now, if you are new to trading, this is for you. Back to basics, a free series of videos. I think there are 15 of them. I don't think there are 15 of them. Okay. And if you're new to trading, this is for you. Again, they are all free. Now, if you're looking for my information, my scans, and these two races, for instance, let me get rid of this. Aha, so Rare just popped over 20. So if you clicked on my homepage link and right here, the middle section, so biggest large cap gainers from the start of the race is here. Biggest gainers from the start of the race, this has got nothing to do with market cap. This will give you, you can see in this race right here, rarely will you see anything that's up like 9%. This is a more volatile race. I'll call it riskier just because of volatility of the things you're going to see here. This is obviously a little less volatile. So if you're new to trading, this might be something you'd want to maybe concentrate on as opposed to this. These give you some wild moves. These give you more, I'll call them more gentle moves, okay? And so that's the large cap gainers and then just biggest gainers without any filter with market cap or float. I don't have the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside display, but you can take a look at it. Halts resumes is down here. And the pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. If you're here earlier before 9:30 Eastern time, you would have seen the layout that I have for the pre-market, including the pre-market actives up and down. Then I've got these three right here, the momentum scan, the gap scan, and Pepe's combo scan. I do have the gap scan on another monitor now, but you can take a look at these. And if you have any questions about the scan, just let me know. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So I'll do my best to help support if you have trade ideas questions. So let me go over these races, okay? I just want to go over the concept of racing and what you're actually seeing here, and like why are you seeing these stocks as an example, okay? So in this race right here, the biggest gain is from the start of the race. Well, the first thing to notice is that I'm running 4-minute races. Now understand that what I want to do before I keep going, excuse me, so if you click on my homepage link and go to the education section, the more info, click on that. And then, yes, at the top here is the user guide. So everything I'm going to say about racing, okay, is right here. TI stock races. Okay. Now, again, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. Okay. But I'm going to point this one out because I'm going to go over this race, the concept of racing, and here's how you can set up your own race with your own set of parameters. Okay. So if you listen to me, and I don't expect anybody to remember everything that I say, but here's a great reference for you right here for stock racing if you're interested. So I'm running a 4-minute race. Okay, again, this is all customizable. Why a 4-minute race? I don't know. I chose that whenever we started the concept of racing. I chose 4 minutes. So what this means is that right now we're 2.5 minutes into this 4-minute race. As we speak, SOPA has moved the most percentage-wise since this race started. It's up 3.2%. BNAI right on its heels. At the end of the race, when this race is over, there will be a winner. And you can see that SOPA so far has won 3 of these races since I start running these races at 9:30 Eastern time. You can run them in the pre-market if you want. I've just decided to start them at 9:30 Eastern time. Okay. But you can see what happens is that a top 10 list eventually is going to be built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So we'll see if SOPA can hold on. We still have what, 38 seconds? It's just barely above BNAI. I'll wait to see if it holds. Looks like it's going to. Yeah, now it's at 5.7%. And if you click on the symbol, you're going to see you should be seeing it moving up. Yes. Okay, remember this is moved 5.7% since the start of the race almost 4 minutes ago. So almost for sure it's going to win this race, unless it's complete rug pull, but it's unlikely. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Sure. So it won the race. So you can see that 3 is going to turn to a 4 now. So it's won 4 races. Orbs has won 2 races, etc. As I say, eventually a top 10 list will be built of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So how to use this? Well, a couple things. You don't have to, number one, wait for a race to be over before you click on the symbol. Okay, if you see something moving up in the leaderboard, click on it, see what's happening. You don't, and if something has won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. It might be setting up, maybe it's pulling back into an area that you like. Here's GVH, but what if GVH had been pulling back into the VWAP? There's the VWAP, that purple line on top here. What if it had been pulling back into the VWAP? Or maybe a moving average that you like, if you have any trading experience at all. So you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on it. I'd probably click on something that's at the top, but you might see something that's starting to move up the list. Just click on it. Or even if it's not moving, just click on it, okay? See what's happening. William was just mentioning AG. So, again, if you're a pullback player, well, it's pulled back a bit. Do you wait until maybe it gets closer to the VWAP? Or again, maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that it's pulling into. Now, the question should be, well, why are these stocks? Look at SOPA. I mean, wow, SOPA, that is obviously the star. It just 288 was the high in the pre-market, so it just raced through that now. And the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 351. So there's that. And if it somehow got through that, 629 is your next high in the weekly chart. And it's a low float, 5.6 million in the float, trading 227 times normal up to this time of day. So why is SOPA, why are these stocks showing up? All races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this race, open the top list. So all these stocks, but why are these stocks showing up? Well, in my top list window, this is what I want to see. And hopefully you're understanding, you can create your own top list window with your set of parameters, stocks that you want to see. But in this particular case, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50. 500,000 shares have traded at least, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Yesterday now, of course, being Friday. Okay? So if the stock meets all these filter requirements, it's going to show up on this list of stocks. So before we had races, and you can still use top lists like this if you want, no problem. You can sort on any column header that you see up here, okay? So in this particular case, I've got the change from the close percent, see percent. So if I double left click rapidly, this is showing me the stocks that are up the most from the previous day's close. So SOPA is up 88%, BNAI 65%, etc. All the way down stock has to be up at least 2%. That's one of the requirements, okay? So that's how, a top list was used. Just rank stocks. Show me the stocks up the most today. Show me the stocks down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes. Just things like that. But what the race does, the race doesn't care if the stock is up the most from yesterday's close, where it is. All it cares about is that now, a lot of times you're going to see a stock that is up the most. You're going to see it still leading races and all that. But what if, here's fun as an example, okay? Here's fun, it's up 5.3%. What if all of a sudden, for some reason, fun just started to move? It was up 5%, 8%, 10% moving up this list. How would you know that? I mean, what are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks to see what stock is moving? That's what the race does. The race doesn't care whether or not a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is in the list of stocks that you've got, what is moving the most since the race started. All it cares about. So here's people who've been looking at WOK, WOK. I mean, it's up 21%, but we know that this could easily be up 25, 30, could really move up this list. Not saying it's going to, but right now it has moved the most. So hopefully it's should be dawning on you that you can create your own list of stocks, your top, with your top list, with what you want to see. Maybe you don't like this price, range, for instance. 1 in 50. Maybe you want more volume, less volume. Maybe you want to add some filters. Go ahead. If you have your own watch list, symbol list of stocks that you like to follow, you can attach it to the top list window and run a race on that. So, I mean, it's very customizable. Again, I'm running a 4-minute race. You want to run a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race, a 1-minute race? Go ahead. You want it to start working in the pre-market? Go ahead. It's all customizable. Now, this race is a little bit different. Same idea, I'm running 4-minute races, but look, when I open the top list of this one, and right now you can see the huge difference. Now, some days you're going to get a lot more, but the huge difference, in the list of stocks, because I have added 2 big filters. Market cap has to be at least $500 million, and the float has to be at least 50 million. Here, I don't have those filters, so it's wide open. Here, I've restricted it. And also, I want to see stocks near the high of the day. That's what that filter here, this one does. When I put 95%, that means the stock is going to be, pretty close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see. Here's my price range, 10 to 70. Minimum volume, I put 200,000. It's going to be, generally speaking, way more than that. So this is why this race will not, show big percentage gains just because, but it doesn't mean they're bad to trade. If I were starting out trading, I'd probably maybe want to concentrate on something like this because you're usually not going to see wild swings like you'll see here. All right, guys. So rare is kind of holding over 20. This is getting interesting to me. This is, obviously, maybe a bounce play. Not maybe. I'm watching so rare to see how well it holds over 20, guys. I might take this trade if it longer it holds over 20. It's on the base here. It's over the VWAP. I mean, it's something, all the reasons it's down 40%. They're still there. Okay? But, sometimes they just have a little bit of bounce in them. Okay, I'm going to take a little stab at this one, okay? The rare. I mean, it gets back close to 20, I'm out. Not telling anybody to do the same thing. All right, guys. I'm not expecting I mean, I have no idea where this is going. I'm just playing little sort of a hunch over the $20 level that it looked like it was holding. So and this also showed up in the gap continuation or reversal scan, right here. You see right there, right at $20. I didn't take it right there. So what happened with SMX? Well, it actually bounced, didn't it? I mean, it's still down 27%, but it halted at 78.62. All right, so Sopa's had a pullback now. And that was from our AI also, guys. I noticed that now. This is from our AI. We had an alert here, 255. It actually got stopped out. We had a reentry at 251. I'm going to go over that. Anybody with our AI wants to know exactly what I was talking about? First of all, how to see this information. I would not look at our channel. I think our channel is just, way too much information coming at you. Okay, well, rare is right back where I bought it, so I might exit it for a small loss. Short way or short-lived pop. Gonna give it a little more time, perhaps. This is a gold play. I think no RGC. Sorry, it's not a gold play. Sorry. Okay, rare. Well, you came back for me a little bit. All right, BNAI just over the whole number of two. Let's see what it's doing. Trying to hold. The VWAP is here, right around two. Trying to hold, but the way it's tending down now, based on that orange right there. Okay. All right, guys. So HYMC now. I have that one thumbnailed. It is breaking down below the whole number of 22. So this is getting interesting to me. Of course, the next low looking left is down here at 2022. So it's not got quite. It's got about $1.60 to that next low. Before I would take that short, let's just take a look at silver. See if it's still. What is it doing? Is it moving higher? No, it's moving lower. So HYMC becomes something very interesting to me. Okay, taking the short on that. Got out of the rare guys. It may move later, but I may take it later on. Got out of the rare basically flat. Boy, talk about flatlining. That DBRG is just absolutely flatlining right at 15, 20, 28. Well, it definitely bounced so far. The SOPA, we've got the 200-day moving average held. Silver, I see CDE, HYMC, GFI. I know that's more gold. Boy, these, I mean, I didn't take the KGC earlier, but they're really, these precious metal plays are just getting thumped today. A lot of profit taking, I guess. How's Chewy doing? CHWY, Chewy. Very well. Look at that. What a beautiful run on Chewy. If there's any news on this one. If you want to see what a very nice looking wave pattern looks like, it's this. Okay, CHWY. You can see how it's been steadily up, up, up. You can see how the bottom of the bars are, for the most part, keeping in contact with the top of the wave. In other words, it hasn't gone too parabolic. Parabolic is great if you're in this one earlier, sure. The problem with parabolic is that you might get a lot of people looking at taking profit. So it's a lot easier to hold on, in my opinion, when the wave is fairly narrow and the bottom of the bars are still in contact with the top of the wave. All right. Well, thank you. Let's get one more leg down before I take some profit, perhaps. Trying to ride this wave down, but I'm in kind of late on it, but this is the HYMC on the short. All right, AEHL, AEHL. Let's take a look at this one. Hadn't seen this one in the pre-market. Yeah, big pop. Well, yeah, through the VWAP a little while ago, 20 odd cents ago. Um, Next high looking left, very close. 187 looks like 187 is the next high. And then even if it takes that out, then you've got two. So for me personally, there's just too much that could happen in this area right there that it might prevent it from moving higher. again, this is a three-time leverage play. If you think gold miners are going to continue down, you'll get three times the move here. All right, guys, 10:30 almost. So, for those of you who don't know, at noon Eastern, I take a break between 12 and 1. Somebody takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Monday. It should be Chris Varley from Trade Ideas. Somebody from Trade Ideas, of course, takes over for me. Should be Chris Varley. I'll confirm that. Still an hour and a half to go, but I will confirm that. Yeah, I think this is another crazy one, the JMG. I can't remember if this is one of those crazy ones also, JMG. Maybe not. Oh, it's trading as GMG back here. I don't know if it's an IPO or a symbol name change on the 10th, December 10th. Looks like this could have been an IPO. Velo, guys. This is not quite a lifetime high, but Velo, VELO, on the move here. Okay, so here's CELH, and it's holding the VWAP, but it looks like it's trying to get weaker here. Celsius holding bets on brand synergies to drive long-term scale. Okay, guys. So I have again what you can't see. I have HYMC on my one of my other monitors thumbnail, so I can see what it's doing. But I also have thumbnailed SLV. Okay, because I want to watch the silver sector, make sure it is continuing to move down, and there's no rally. Okay, so because if I'm gonna be in a silver play, I'm shorting. I've shorted it. I don't want to see all of a sudden a big spike up, but not seeing that. And here's the HYMC continuing to move down. So guys, the only reason I'm going to take some off here is because I wish I were up in this area, but I'm not. So I'm going to take some off, cover some of my short position, and then I'm going to hold on as long as don't get a spike in silver, SLV. So not bad. and that was a short. Give me a moment, please, okay? Another one, guys, on the way down. This is not a silver plate. Oh, yeah, it is. Well, it's precious metals. Okay, SKE. Boy, precious metals just getting. That's the what. That's what you should be in today on the short side. So many precious metals. There's a Coeur d'Alene or well, CDE, SKE, Skeena. Well, this is giving me. Why did I take any off? Again, I wouldn't have taken anything off, but I just was in around the 2180 or 2185 mark. So had I been in a little bit earlier, I probably would have held at my entire position and just waited, like watch that wave move down. And until see right now, it's getting a little parabolic. You see how the bottom of that, or the top of the bar is not quite touching the bottom of the wave. That's usually my sign to take some off and then hold on though. Because the next low looking left for HYMC is, $20. I mean, there's still room for it to get. I'm not saying it's getting there, but well, understand, W. Harrison. That's just what I look at. Okay, I've developed my own style. Okay, all I if I've been in this one a little earlier, say at 23, okay, shorting it at 23. If I see something like this, you see right here around the 22 mark, you see how it, if you can see my 2 minute chart, see how it started to move and it penetrated the wave. I would be out some here 100%. I don't mean 100% out of the entire trade, but I would be taking some off. And then I wait to see whether or not that orange really turns to blue. Okay. In other words, the trend is changing. But then that allows me to really hold on. I've taken some off. Now it allows me to really hold on. Okay. But where I start to get a little nervous is again, if the see how there's the wave right there, and you see how the top of that candle, that bar is not touching the wave. I like to see it touching all the way, because the minute that starts, for me, it means it's getting a little bit parabolic. But if I've taken some off earlier, I'll hold on. I don't care if it's looking that parabolic. But if I hadn't taken off anything, then at that point, I would probably take some off. But you've got to develop. I mean, this is there's no video on this, or this is just what I've kind of noticed. But how I use the wave, I've said many, many times. Just keeps them in a trade a lot longer. Well, it depends on whatever time frame you want to look at. I have a 2 and a 5, okay? Hmm. Now, this is not super parabolic, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's not like it's sometimes you see big gaps between, if you're going long and the wave is blue and you see a big gap, between the bottom of the bar and the top of the wave. Sometimes, I mean, this is still, it's still kind of touching. Well, the 2 minute just gets you in earlier, but it's more volatile. Obviously, the higher the time frame, it'll probably keep you in. It's just that it might get you in a little bit later. So it's not a matter of accuracy. It really isn't. It's maybe confirmation. If I'm in the 2 and the 5 is still, it gives me a little more confirmation. But please, anybody listening to me, I mean, in fact, I'm using a 2 and a 5 minute intraday chart. Some of you might want to use a 5 and a 15. Some of you might want to use a 30 minute chart. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule or this is what you should do. So guys, I am now completely out of the HYMC. Why? And I don't typically like to trade the metals or energy stocks because they're so tied into the sector. They're not really, unless they have some news on their own. Okay. But I mean, this is what I was saying. I was watching silver. And if you look at HYMC, it's basically done kind of the same thing. So I'm out of the play now. And, I did pretty well on it. But I typically don't like to trade stocks that are so tied into the sector unless they have specific news on their own. But today, I mean, you just look at all the precious metal stocks were just getting thumped. And this might be just a momentary blip up. I mean, it may, this may be just, again, a momentary blip. And again, there's nothing wrong with silver. There's not like some news came out. It's just, at least in my opinion, it's just profit taking after silver was up 33% this month until today. Okay, well, SOPA has been a little bit erratic. Take a look at SOPA, SOPA, a little bit erratic. But look what it did. It did come back. So remember, I mean, it did have the little pop over 3, but then it came right back down. The VWAP looked like it held it. 267 or so is the VWAP. So it came right into it. Looks like it held it. But, it's definitely more volatile because of the float. SIDU from last week and the last few weeks. SIDU has been another active one to say the least. SIDU. All right, let's take a look at walk. Now, this is the type of stock. Well, I don't know. It's pulled back quite a bit. Later on in the day, we look at some of these that have pulled back, but this has really pulled back a lot, and it's way underneath the VWAP. Some of these just have at the end of the day, sometime in the afternoon, the enthusiasm comes back. You can see how it's dried up. Look at the volume. See how the big volume bars here, and now you can hardly even see them. Wow, I see rare. God, I got out of it. Rare actually now is breaking underneath 20. And now they're coming right into the VWAP. Will it hold it? Will the VWAP, that purple line on my chart, will that act as support? You can see how, but it was very, wide bars. You can see how, yes, it was hugging it kind of on the 2 minute, the wave, but, pretty wide bars, not ideal for me. But now it's starting to turn orange. But will the VWAP hold it? Will it act as support? The low of the day was around 1839, I believe. 1841 was the low of the day. Real cheap one just got halted, guys. ZCMD, yeah, ZCMD got halted on the way down. Looks like they're going out of business. There's an energy play, guys. DVN on the way up a little bit here, but look left on the daily chart. So we're at what, 36.41. Next high looking left, 30. Okay, it's past that. 36.63. Too close for me. Yeah, so between the current price of 36.40 and 37, to me, there could be a lot of resistance. So it becomes something I don't want to trade. Look how well, boy, the CELA, she's just hugging that VWAP, guys. It really, I mean, it's acting as support so far. Okay, so Velo now, I had an alert on this one around 1390. It hasn't really moved that much, but it is over the whole number, VELO, over the whole number. The high this month was up here. Forget this. This is when it was trading as Velo, and it stopped trading in 2022. IPO'd back here earlier this year. Uh, this month, it got up to 1638. That would have been the all-time high. All right, guys. Yeah, I just confirmed. Chris will take over for me in our YouTube room in about an hour and 15 minutes at noon Eastern. Things are slowing down now for me. But this GVH, saw this in the pre-market. Hadn't, yeah, but look how choppy it is. A 2-minute chart, even a 5-minute chart, very, very choppy. Hard for me to trade. Oh yeah, I can't remember who that was. Trader, maybe Trader Graham, or well, what is it? 9 cents right or 8 cents right now? OCG, 8 cents. Okay, William, why don't we do the same for ZCMD? Man, I mean, just getting absolutely. Well, it's up. Actually, it's up 18%. I didn't realize it was up 18%, but it pulled all the way back. I've got to have to put a price alert for the CELA. See if it breaks out one way or the other. I'm going to put a price alert around 46.54 on the upside, and then on the downside, say 46.32 or so. See if it breaks out one way or the other. I mean, it's just sort of hugging the VWAP right now, and that is the CELH. SOPA is maybe one of those ones that in the afternoon, if it gets a lot of enthusiasm back in with some volume, it may be the one to rip higher, maybe. The high of the day was 347. The high of 2 months ago was way up here at 635. Look what it got to. So it got up to 346, and that high right there is 351. So if it can somehow take that out, okay, later on in the day, then the next high in the weekly chart, yeah, is 626, the same as that monthly high. So that could be one to watch later on in the day with that float. And look at how much volume, 96 million. Had some news. All right, guys. Not seeing too much that I'm interested in right now. Seeing that anything now. One of the nice things about the race is all of a sudden you might see a stock you haven't seen all day. You know, you if you get into the races at all, you'll start to watch and you say, hey, wait a minute, I haven't seen that stock before. And here's that GDXD. I mean, this is again the if you think that the gold miners, I mean, they've had a little pullback. This is the way. If you think gold miners are going to continue down, you can buy this one and get three times the move. But remember, if the gold miners start moving up, this will move down three times the move up. Hopefully that makes sense. So you've got to be aware of that. All right, GLS, more expensive one. Usually you don't see too many fairly expensive ones in this race here, the volatile race. GLSI, Greenwich Life Sciences. Okay, see what this one is doing. Yeah, I don't like the spread, guys. Yeah, I mean, I haven't shown the screen probably today. This blue screen, this blue window you see here. This is This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. I usually show this when a stock gets halted. You see the halt price. You see where it could open. But anyway, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You can see the spread is not great. 24.30, 24.62. Makes me not interested. Victoria's Secret. Okay, VSCO. Why is this one moving higher? Do not see news for this one. Yeah, it's not obviously not an earnings play, but I mean, look at the SPY. Yeah, you guys are talking about the SPY, but look at the SPY. I mean, how choppy it's been. The move down, the big move up, the big move down. Half a move up, move down. Very choppy action in the SPY today. Boy, this is. I mean, I know it's broken record, but look how well this CELH is just hanging around the VWAP. Wanting to do move up or up off it or down below it yet. AMCI, okay, AMCI. I'm going to mention that one. AMCI. Yeah, wow. You see this in the pre-market at all? Nice move now. This is a very active one. They're trading as AMCI this month. There's time left on a daily chart. Wow, a lot of room. $12. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but $12. Very. This is what I mean by parabolic. This is a great example. Look how parabolic it is. Okay, not completely out of touch with the top of the wave. So, I mean, if you're in this one down here, of course you want to see that. But if you're in it, here, you think, man, people are going to start looking at this and probably start taking some profit because it's gone so parabolic. Doesn't mean it's going to stop here, but when it gets way above the top of the wave, that's when if I were in this one here, I'd absolutely be taking some profit up in that area. None, yeah. I'm not sure, have they been available before? We're talking about short availability for AMCI at Interactive Brokers. LW, you were wanting around 38, I thought. Well, I thought you were looking to go long at in the 38 level, William, or 37 or 38. I didn't know it was just a little over 41. No, I could have, didn't you say 38? On the first green day, okay. Well, that was the first green day right there. Okay, that day right there. Okay, and a stop the low of the day of that day. I see what you mean. The low was 41.50. Yeah, so you'd be very very close to being stopped out. Okay, guys, the silver plays, the precious metal plays are having a comeback now. Maybe SLV has found a bottom, a little bit of a bottom, maybe. I see HYMC. That's why I got out of it. HYMC now is starting to pop over 22, but getting into the VWAP area. Will that act as resistance on the way up? See, we're starting to get some precious metal pops in individual stocks. There's another one, SA. Well, guys, not many questions today. So, time is it now? But 11 o'clock. So I have about an hour before I take my break. See, here's another one, guys. So there's some reversal plays now for these precious metal stocks. HL. There's a reversal. For how long? I don't know. Hecla is more of a I don't know what they do. Precious and base metals. I don't know if they. I don't know if they're more silver. To me, it's more silver in that area, the Coeur d'Alene area, but I may be wrong. another mining company, gold project they've got. So you can see a lot of the gold and silver plays are starting to pop again. They're still, most of them are probably still negative for the day, but they're starting to come back. So let's take a look at gold, GLD. Gold was not down nearly as much as silver was. It really hasn't moved that much. But silver has. Now you can see silver is starting to curl its way up. Another one, guys, FSM. I mean, so many of them now are getting gapped down in reversal plays. But you've got to have that index, either GLD or SLV, up and running, so you can see what's happening to the sector. Okay, here's one that's just over the whole number. Let's take a look at BBAR. Let's see if this has, and where could it go? The next high looking left on the monthly. Okay, it's got room. Just a little bit above the whole number. What was the high today? The high today was a little bit above 1909. I'll put a price alert in that area. Again, this is financial out of Argentina. Boy, look at the nice bounce. I did not take it, unfortunately, but look at the bounce for HYMC now. Sort of a little bit now more in lockstep with what SLV is doing. Actually, HYMC is having a bigger bounce than SLYC, but look what's happening, or SLV. Look what's happening. Boy, rare. I should have flipped the script on this one when it took out the VWAP, because now rare is really, really starting to give it up. Yeah, Ovi, that's can happen. I know say it every now and then, please don't take trades. I know I'm not specific. I know you've been trading a long time, but try not to take trades because you're bored, because that's a easy way to just chop up your account a little bit. All right, another one just over the whole number here, BBWI, over the whole number. Bath and Body Works, why are you still around? They had earnings last month. Just got hammered down. Nice recovery. I mean, look at the bottom here. That's a $6 move off the bottom. Last month they had earnings and they just got hammered down on earnings. But okay, just a little bit above the whole number. But you see, again, again, the next high looking left is too close. Well, I'm just Teddy time. I mean, it's too close. 2036, just too close. I can't take it. Now, if it can take that out, I mean, if it takes that out, I'll put a price alert on that area because then if I look at the weekly chart, there is a little bit of more, there's more room. But right now, I can't take that trade. I don't have a price target. I'm not in the trade, so I don't have a, all I just want to see where could it go before it hits the next high. And obviously, too close for me. Yes, William. Yeah, I mean the low in the pre-market was in the 17s, right? I think for rare. All right. R A. Now, you can also, I don't think I have this up and running, or I don't have it, but you can also have biggest losers from the start of the race. Okay, in a day like today, where you've got a lot of, I mean, the market's down. I mean, it's down 3 points. The SPY is, but if you want it, you can have a race that just looks at losers from the start of the race. They don't. They don't all have to be winners or gainers. It's a matter of having stocks. If I took this top list, and all I do is I say the price has to be down at least 2% and near the low of the day, and then I could create a race based on that and showing stocks moving down. Well, the silver bulls are coming back, guys. SLV. I'm looking at some of these, a lot of these silver plays now. Here's another one, El Dorado, EGO, another one. I mean, look, gold and silver plays coming back. Most of them are still going to be down for the day, but they're definitely coming back. For how long? I don't know. All right, which way did that one break? CELH on the up. Okay, broke a little bit on the upside. Okay, Pepe, you and me, let's buy the CELH. Hasn't broken out a lot. I mean, the VWAP, it's still about a dime above the VWAP. Boy, look at all these silver plays and precious metal plays just ripping back. FSM, HL, CDE, SA. What I had earlier as a short, HYMC. And look at silver now. Look at SLV now. Look at that. Why do you say that, Teddy? Seems like there'd be a lot of manipulation at big areas like CELH. Why do you say that? Just out of curiosity? I had some news, they're betting on brand synergies to drive long-term sales or long-term scale. That was the news they put out this morning. And another silver play, SSRM. Actually, it looks like more like a gold play, but they have copper and silver, etc. It's all metal play. Just call it a metal play, precious metal play. And another one, PAAS. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. Silver maybe hit a little bit of a top here now. SLV looking at this a little bit of a topping tail now. Maybe there was the VWAP, which could have it got fairly close to the VWAP. Meanwhile, the spy again, chop up, down, a little bit up. No, was I right about BBWI stalling? So far, I am. I mean, it just looked like could stall up here. So yeah, looking at this as a potential short for TNXP, but the next low is fairly close or almost at that whole number 16. So I wish, the next low was down here, at 1537, but it's right there. So I won't take that short. AMCI, so it had the pullback also, not quite to the VWAP. All right, guys. Well, definitely my alerts have dried up. I'm not hearing too many new alerts coming in. So I'm going to just keep checking some of these ones that have won races and see if they're setting up at all. Yeah, you see how the CELH, I mean, it got a little bit above the VWAP, a little pop, and then now it's breaking down below it again. So it's still kind of in the VWAP area. I see a bar down now for the SLV. So let's take a look at some of these ones that were moving higher. Let's see how well they're tracking. Yeah, see, look at this SSRM, and I see again I have SLV thumbnailed on my other monitor thumbnail chart, so I can check to see what's happening, and you can just see they're basically just following the sector. All right, SLS. At least it's holding over the whole number of three, and it's high of the day. And looking left, man, I can't see anything. So this is, I guess this has got well over the VWAP. The news today was that says Regal trial CRO informs company 72 events occurred. I'm going to say are they all good? Well, I took the HMYC short earlier, Teddy. Okay, I took the silver. I took the that was a silver play. Well, because I typically don't question is what's keeping me out of these plays. Um, well, HYMC. I typically don't like to trade stocks that are so tied to their to the sector. Okay, but in the case of HYMC early, it just looked, SLV looked, well, it kept moving down, down, down. So I took a shot at it. It worked out pretty nicely. But right now, these stocks are so tied to what the sector is doing. They're not trading on their own. So I mean, SLV had a nice pop. Now it's having a drop. Could it pop again, which is going to affect probably most of the stocks in the sector. I usually shy away from those. HYMC worked out great. But why I got out of it was because, SLV started to move higher. This is back here. As I was saying, if you're going to take one of these silver or gold plays, you should have the sector ETF and keep an eye on it to see what's happening, in my opinion. If you're just joining now, Teddy, I mean, I did that quite a bit earlier. Well, I talked about it. I said, okay, guys, I'm shorting HYMC. And it was right around the 2185 mark. But maybe you weren't around. I also took a long on rare that basically I made nothing on it. I took a rare. I thought it might bounce a little bit more. It didn't. But right now, I'm just content to sit on my hands. I'm not going to. I'm definitely not going to trade out of boredom. Do I play more cautious on short weeks? No, I just let the market tell me what it's doing. Some. It's not really. I mean, it's only one day. Remember, the market's only down for off for a day, not even a day and a half like last week. So how's that walk doing? WOK still hanging around the three level. I, you know, I got to check that. So I'm sure other websites are going to have a completely different float on it. I'm surprised it's not more active. I mean, it's hard to believe it's only 10,000. So let me go here and type in WOK and just, yeah, I mean, look at that. Hard to believe that's the float. They did a reverse split. But you remember, okay, there are some of the things that we're looking at that we've looked at have plenty of volume. I mean, remember, the trade ideas, that's what we're so powerful at doing. You want to zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally. So, you look at these, some of these stocks. I mean, SOPA is really starting to give it up now. But I mean, look at that, 109 million. So it's not a matter of maybe the overall market. I'm not just talking to you, William, of course, but maybe the overall market. Of course, the volume is going to be down on weeks like last week and this week. But remember, what Trade Ideas is excellent at doing is finding stocks that are trading abnormally. So I mean, 109, 110 million shares, 223 times normal for SOPA, as an example. It's just that there won't be as many. Zura, Zura. Kind of interesting, maybe. What's the high looking left? Well, it is, hmm, 550 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. And that was back in, what was that? That was June of last year. So again, sorry. Consequently, I won't take the trade. I look left on the monthly chart, and it's just it's too close to the current price. It may rip. It may just absolutely rip from here. But that's why. I mean, I don't. I'm very, very picky about what I trade. I keep looking at this one, the TNXP. I mean, but again, the next low is around 16, too close. The next low had it been, I know I mentioned this one before. The next low had it been 1539 on the daily chart, I'd probably a lot more inclined to take a look at it. But now look at this. CELH has dropped off the top 10, right? I can't see it here. No, it's not there anymore. Do I consider that ANF is overbought? Well, I know, it was fabulous earnings play, and I don't know. I mean, there's no stopping it right now. Seriously, there's just no stopping it. Ever since that had earnings, it is, and it's been an excellent, excellent play. I don't know. Right now, I mean, there's been only 2 days in the last 3 weeks that you mildly red. So I mean, it is still strong. I mean, when you look at it, you'd think, man, okay, when is it gonna, when will they start taking profit? But this was such a strong earnings play. Just give me a moment. Well, okay, Z, I understand too. I mean, overbought. People look at the RSI and they go, "Wow, it's over 80. It must be overbought." I mean, doesn't mean a stock can't keep moving higher and higher and higher. But I don't. RSI is not one of the indicators that I pay any attention to, and that's not to say that if a person does and it works for them, great. All right, guys, 11:31. So again, in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking a break. Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room, and I'll take a break for about an hour. Come back at about 1 o'clock. Maybe there'll be something. One of these previous low floaters. Maybe they'll gain some traction in the afternoon. Maybe. All right, TRMD. What is this one doing? Right at the $20 level. And so on a daily basis, again, it's too close. For me, it's too close. $20.27, next high, too close. All right, let's see if anything can be happening with this one. Hawaiian Electric, HE, trying to hold the VWAP, but the trend is down. You can see the orange wave down, but is trying to hold the VWAP. All right, well, let's take a look at BNAI as it continues to try to hold the two level, but just for me, just not a nice looking 2-minute chart. Just too choppy. But maybe one of the ones later on in the day. I mean, it's a ton of volume, 78 million shares. It's traded the float, 21 times the float, 134 times normal up to this time of day in terms of volume. Yeah, I mean, Teddy, you're right. I mean, timing is awfully hard. It's hard to find tops. Well, it always looks so easy in retrospect. Tops and bottoms. I mean, it looks so easy in retro, and after the fact. That's why I typically don't play them. I don't. I'm not good at it. To be honest, trying to play tops and bottoms. Well, I wish I'd seen Fun a little earlier. Let's take a look at Fun. I know I saw it here. It was running races, I think. The next high is 16, too close, obviously. But if it can get through 16, 1792. So that's what I'll do. I'll put a price alert around 1604 and see if it gets there, number one, because then there is some room for Fun to keep moving. Almost $2. Not saying obviously, I'm not saying it's going to do that, but at least there is the next high, 1608. So What is a strategy you tried for a while and gave up on? I can't really think of any. Sometimes I just get maybe bored of well, they're not really strategies, they're just ideas, idea generators. I mean, semantics, but the strategy is something you back test and all that. But that's the question I have in our YouTube room. I mean, every now and then I'll just take a look at something I created a while back and say, oh, okay, let's run this one for a while. Okay, guys. Time is it now? 38, 11:38. Yeah, another one. Just look left. All this area could stall. BHVN. Just waiting to see if we get one that I click on, and then you look left, and there's a ton of room on the daily chart. Gives me something to really perhaps. Well, but you okay, W Harrison. But FJET is, that's what's the float? 13 million in the float. First of all, yeah, there were shares available. Yeah, there are shares available for FJET for me now. I don't think earlier there were, earlier when I say that these days. But I mean, again, after the fact, it looks so obvious. Short this thing at $31, right? It looks so obvious, but doesn't necessarily mean that was what was going to happen. It could have gone to 60. I mean, the next day, yeah. I mean, it looks so obvious, especially where it closed. Closed at the high that day. And certainly they're not, well, at Interactive Brokers, there are 90,000 available. It's going to go broker to broker. Okay. I mean, your broker may not have any or may have millions. It all depends on your broker. So your broker, W. Harrison, how many shares available to short for FJET? I mean, you always think that something like this is going to give it up at some point because I don't even know if there's any news on this one. There might have been a little bit of news on this one that caused the pop, but I mean, was it warranted to go from $6 to $31 the next day? Probably not. In this particular case, for whatever reason, we have no short float percent. It might be too new. I don't know. We see the float is 13 million. I mean, look at, if he had shorts available for SMX, but, you know, at what point I mean, it looks so obvious, doesn't it? I mean, stock goes up to $500 and now it's at 88. But during this week, there were many days that it kept moving higher and higher and higher. And I'm sure that people thought, okay, now, you know, I don't remember. I mean, obviously, I remember looking at FJet like everybody else, but I don't actually remember. Well, the problem I've got with some of these stops, so with these ones that are very low float and probably terrible spreads and all that, is you can put a stop in, but yeah, you may get out some of your position at the stop, but what if it just rips right through it? That could happen, I know, for anything, but these ones a little more dangerous, in my opinion. Yeah, SMX, a great example. Yeah, I mean, you could have had a stop in, but boy, I mean, depends how many shares you had, and you could have just raced right through your stop. You get out some of your position, but meanwhile, it's 20 or $30 below. So I usually don't. I usually shy away from these. I mean, in retrospect, it looks my why didn't I just take everything I owned in the world at $5 and get out at 500? Sure. Well, and here's one I did not take, but it looks pretty good now. The Velo had the alert around 1390, and the Velo, the high up here, monthly high is 16. Did not take it. Hey guys, looking. Silver is still trying to recover. SLV still trying to recover. Remember, it was down about 8%. Now it's down. I'm sorry. Well, it's obviously down more. So now it's only down 8%, but it is trying to recover somewhat. Didn't get to last week's low. We got to the low of what was that? That would have been Wednesday, the half day. I think that was the half day. Kind of got close to that half day low. Look at the CEL. Now look how choppy. Now again, I'm looking at a 2-minute chart, and I could expand it a bit or shrink it a bit or something. Wouldn't it look? But look how ugly this is. Still hanging around the VWAP, little smoother, of course, on the 5 minute, but just not wanting to really move off the VWAP yet. And I'm talking about the CELH. Well, I guess my miss has definitely been the VELO, the VELO, because on the gap scanner, I had it at 1390 was the alert. I think what happened is I got thinking, okay, it's pulled back all the way back down to 1337. So forget about it. But boy, what a bounce from that low. All right, what is slide doing? SLDE, SLDE. Okay, some volume came in. Some volume came in, so popped it on the 5. But, broken record. You look left and 1981, a couple, about 3 around the 1980 mark. That could stall it. So maybe I should be looking at a potential short on this one if it cannot get through 1981. You can see the weekly chart. That was last week's high. You can see 3 days like that. RGC VWAP, okay, I do see it here. It won 3 races. Oh, I see. So it's through the VWAP, okay, on the way down. Or is it through? I mean, it's at the VWAP area. But another one, move down, move up, move down, base, down. Yeah, and with the FChat, I can't even remember. Was there actually news on it that caused the first jump? I can't remember. I mean, what happened here? This was on 22nd. I don't have news. Okay, I'm in a development version. Hopefully, news is coming. So I don't know. I can't remember. Was there actually some news on this one for FChat that caused the pop, or was it just one of those? The trader somewhere got a hold of it. Just an IPO? Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, William. I think, yeah, I started trading as FChat right here, 12/18, December 18th. So I don't know if there was any specific news on it. I think what was happening is these space stocks were going crazy. Yeah, when something's so new, yeah, I don't know. I mean, our provider has not got any information, short float percent. I really don't pay that much attention to it unless the percent, unless I want to go long, to be honest. And something is really starting to move for some reason, and you see a high short float percent, and then you start thinking, okay, is there going to be some short covering, which is going to help propel the stock up even higher? Not so much on the short side do I care. Well, saw it. It's here. It's GLSI. Yeah, OB. We did talk about it a little bit. The Greenwich Life Sciences. Well, if people always talk about a short squeeze, okay, FEZ. So if there's some news in a stock and there's a high short flow percent, like we got 23% here, and there's some news on the stock, that, and I don't know, is there something today? Yeah, I mean, it says Regal Trial CRO. So there was some news today, and it's popped it. I mean, it's up 11%, but it's not like a massive move. Yeah, sometimes when you see a massive move percentage wise, and there's a high short for percent, then you have to figure that some of these people who are short still are going to start covering, and covering meaning they're going to be buying the stock. I mean, that is. But this news today, I mean, it's a 10% move. Don't get me wrong, that's a good move, but all right, guys, 11:55. So what I'm going to do now is put in the announcement that I'll be gone for about an hour. I'll wait for Chris to show up. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris for his hour. Okay. And remember, while I'm gone, if you do want to take out a subscription, or you're looking at subscriptions, this is the promo that we've got going on right now. So you can get 30% off. You can get 30% off a premium annual subscription and 25% off the other three types. The three types meaning monthly subscriptions on premium and standard. Remember the 25% only the first month, okay? First month only. Or 25% off a standard annual prescription subscription. Okay, so you get 30% off a premium annual, 25% off a standard annual, 25% off the two monthly plans. Remember, first month only on the 25% off if you've taken a monthly subscription. Boy, look at these bounces again, guys. CDEHL just bouncing with and look at just silver. I mean, silver is really coming back now. Still down what 8% or so, 7%, 7.3%. The the sector. And now look at it, it's getting into the VWAP. Will it hold? Will it break right through? Just profit taking, and now people are piling back into silver. That's a rhetorical question. Okay. Omer, guys. Okay, it could be interesting. Can't take it now. I'll be on my break. But Omer, just over the whole number, which I always like that. The next high. See, this has got room. This has got some room. 1762 is the next high looking left. It's right at the VWAP, or it's over the VWAP. Sorry, over the VWAP. But you look at the two, and it's it's parabolic. So what you'd really like to see, for me, like to see it holding over 16, maybe a pullback into 16 a little bit, rest for a bit, and then pop, because it's got room. Any news on this one today? I don't see any news. All right, guys. So I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Yeah, I mean, this is, it's, it's got room, obviously got room. I mean, I can't remember what happened on this day. It was $8 and it got up to 17.50. This was Wednesday, okay, the half day. So I wasn't around. I don't know what happened to Bio. So obviously they probably had some good news. At least the market perception was good news. Yeah, here it's really moving now, guys. Really moving. I wonder if Chris is usually really bang on. All right, I hear a little pop. Okay, guys, I think Chris is in our YouTube room now, so I will take my break in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour, about 1 p.m. And now I can welcome Mr. Christopher Marley to our YouTube room. I hear you thumping away like mad on your keyboard, so
yes,
I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yes. I apologize for being a moment late. I have a user that refused to accept my explanation for something, and trying to get them to see the errors of their ways, but they'd rather just argue with me for whatever reason. So,
I want to argue with you a little bit too.
I truly hate arguing.
I know. And this is not the season to be arguing. I mean, let's have a little break, at least during the holiday season, and not argue. But you know what?
Indeed.
People's nature are just, you cannot control that. So, all right, my friend. Well, I will take my break now, and we'll see you in about 1 hour. And I'm assuming you had other than the argument, I'm assuming you had a nice little break, a little holiday break.
Indeed, I did. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's good. Okay, we'll see you in about an hour, Chris.
Sounds good, Barry. Thank you. So, all right, folks. Happy Monday to you all. Get rocking and rolling on the session here. And yeah, there we are. So You folks have questions, get those in for me. Do not be shy. Here to answer questions you have with software. If not, so be it. We'll do what we can to keep this informative. Oz, how are you? Happy Monday to you all here. So, all right, nothing doing as far as questions at this point. Fair enough. So yeah, we're kind of in a no man's land at this point for the market and trading, at least in, for my 2 cents. If you've obviously got some longer term views on things, I don't think that this current set of trading days from, let's say, the beginning of last week through this week should have much of an impact on that, unless you've got some kind of, time constraints that you allow trades to stay live for, or anything like that. But for me anyways, this, last, let's see, we had 3.5 trading days last week. And I guess we'll have 4 trading days this week. So 3.5, 7.5 or so trading days. I'm personally not looking to do anything. Volume has come right out from under us. I do have to say I was shocked at the volume and how high it stayed the last few days leading into it. So, this is kind of the area that I'm talking about in here. I was kind of surprised by that. Let's see here. This is, that was Friday. This was Christmas Eve. Tuesday, Monday of last week. So, but I was surprised that Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, these days here stayed up as high as they actually did here in the week prior leading into Christmas. But they did. That's how it was. It was actually more of a dip here coming into and out of Thanksgiving than there was through Hanukkah and Christmas, which surprised me a little bit. So again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. Outside of that, there's no real market recap to go over or anything like that, to be honest. Again, we're kind of in a no man's land for things. Sure, yeah, we made a all-time closing high on Christmas Eve, and day after, or well, technically not the day after Christmas Eve, but the trading day after Christmas Eve, we made another intraday all-time high and pulled back off that some. But I just don't think that's anything worth noting at this point. It's really irrelevant. If we had, traded down here on those days, it would be the same to me as if we traded up here. These just very meaningless days at this point for the market. I won't bore us with going over the rest, the NASDAQ, the Dow, the Russell, all the same things. So no real point in going over any of that. And I think the same could be said for the sectors, with the exception of silver. Pretty crazy. Although it has given quite a bit back from Friday's move. Down nearly 8% at the current moment in time. Was down probably a little over 8% or so earlier in the day today. So, I mean, that's the one thing, if you were, really looking to dig into something going into the new year, is silver about to have a run like gold has had? Looking at gold, it's a run and a pullback and a run. And if we really dial it back over the last couple of years, quite the move for gold here. Starting here, it's 2024, we can go back through anyways. Nice little move up here earlier in the year, bit of consolidation for quite a while. A move up, pull back to the lower end of that move up before really getting going here. Take a pause here. Middle parts of the year really got ramped up again with the pullback. And trying to do the same now. So question, I guess, would be, can silver do the same thing? Net trade, happy Monday to you as well. Is it possible to build AI powered? I mean, you're going to build topless. There's no way to, if you're looking for some kind of AI to come in and tell you what's good or bad about your topless, there's no way to do that if that's what you're asking. But, for the money machine, you're building topless, new topless, and you're going through these filters and, building out a topless based on filters and plugging in the values of those filters that you deem you want to be using for it. There's no real AI component to that. That's what I can share as far as building out the money machine strategies anyways. But there's no component in here with an AI to say, hey, AI, what do you think of this strategy? Long-term, short-term, or any kind of term. The only way to know if the strategy is viable is to plug it into the money machine and start running on a daily basis. Because there's more to the alert window itself once you get into the money machine part of it. The ranking is at the top, one stock in that strategy is at the top 5 stocks. It's the top 3 stocks, and then the trade management of it itself, right? These are all things that you can't test for in the top list itself, once we get into the money machine settings. Anybody that's moved on to the newest beta now, it's no longer an alpha version on the money machine. We're just into the beta phasing of it. Added a bunch of new bells and whistles that I haven't been able to dig in too much myself. So, but there's the price alerts for the entries now. Got the races for the entries now. So, you got all these different items in here as far as the money machine goes that impact, exactly what the top list itself will be doing in selecting the stocks and how it selects them. Yeah, I mean, the money machine is a tough one for me. There's a lot of the concept that I think is, extremely powerful without any question. Adding that trade wave in there, I think, is, probably the component that was most intriguing to me. But it is money machine is an extremely complex item there with a lot of different bells and whistles into it now. And I think just like anything else, when it comes to trading, it's going to take some time, trial and error. But that trial and error can't just be throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. You're going to have to do some kind of self journaling. I'm using this top list based on these parameters with this entry and exit and, things of that, top 3 stocks ranked or the top 5 stocks ranked. And this is how it's worked out over this period. And I made these adjustments and now it's worked out like this over that period. And so, there's a lot to it as far as the automation part of it goes. There's also the part of the money machine where you could simply say, let me leave it in a paper, for now it's paper mode no matter what. But as we move forward and once live goes available, you could always say, let me leave it in a paper mode and let me manually trade the stuff that it's got going on and follow it that way and use, as it exits it itself, whether it's a trade wave exit or it's a trailing stop exit, so on and so forth. Let me do the managing from my end with that as well as with the entries. And I can use it as the guide like that, but keep a little more of my my own control over it. So, there's a number of different ways. I was thinking about the other day, and Dan had mentioned this several times, but he talked about with the money machine, kind of using those stocks as your scouts, right? And so when you start the money machine, the strategy I started hasn't got a whole lot going on, but you could say, all right, these are the stocks that are, I'm scouting these stocks out now, and seeing what they're looking at on the front lines here for me. So a number of different ways you can slice and dice as far as that goes. Like anything else, it would be nice if it was built where, all you did was press play and it printed you money, but there is no such thing as that, unfortunate. Can't really say that I'm confident that anything like that would ever actually exist. So again, anybody with questions, please don't be shy. Please get those questions in for me. So again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Get those questions in for me, please. I guess, on the day trading side of things, even though I'm not day trading, let's have a look at the charts here coming through this race. Not a bad mover today. GVH, certainly not an easy mover. Gap up and a move up. You get these big topping shadows, whipsaw down, up and down through that. Big move up, another move down. And you get a nice move up, more of a clean, nice move up before handing some back again. Thing is nutty as can be at 237 times relative volume, almost 238 times relative volume on the day. So very liquid. Let's see. GLSI, we were just looking at that a second ago. Actually, the money machine pushed it through. Technically, the money machine has me in a hypothetical position of it right now. A little different, more of a cleaner move up here, all things considered. Gets a little squirrely, pushing some people out before it gets back going. All right, let's move on. Take a look at BNAI. Gapped up and a gap and go before handing it back, but recovering. Volume has stayed all right here into the quieter part of the day. Hugely liquid at approaching 90 million shares traded, 135 times what it's normally doing for volume. I will say this, though. The stock's got personality in the sense it likes to move up and give a good portion of it back throughout the day. You can see it numerous times here, some larger than others on those moves. So that's just something to keep in mind. Perfect. All right. So you are on version. This is why I like when people come to the chats, because I can see. So you're on a prior production version. So it's going to look a little different for you here. And I'm going to make mine look the same as yours. What you're going to look for is a little FX up here. So if the browser interface is enabled, you should see that FX. And if you click on that FX, you will see trade wave. You go ahead and click on that, and that will get you the trade wave like that. If you like to update to our latest beta version, it would look a little different. Let me display what that would look like. There'd be no FX, and you'd have this indicator manager right there, and then you'd find the trade wave that way. And if you want to update to that version, you're more than welcome to. It's at no cost, of course. And you could find that right there on the download page. And on the right side, out of the selections for the downloads, would be the beta. That's where you'd want, if you wanted to move up to that. You don't have to, of course. Entirely up to you. You got it. Happy to help. And of course, if you have any other questions on the software right now, we're open forum Q&A at the moment. Nothing really going on here, so happy to answer any questions you have with the software and get you rocking and rolling in a positive direction. If not, I'm kind of just going over some stocks from a scan of mine and just kind of babbling along at the moment. Generally, I'm not a something is better or worse kind of person. I do like to see people on the beta personally, though. It's just a personal thing. It's not like a definitive this is better or worse where, having $1 million is better than having $500,000. Like, yeah, having $1 million is definitely better than having $500,000 as a definitive better, But, unless you have some hang up about being on beta softwares, generally our betas are pretty solid. On occasion, we see individuals that have some struggles with a bug or an error in it. But, if you consider there's probably, at the height of beta use, a couple of thousand people using the beta versus another several thousand using the production version. I mean, we're talking usually out of a few thousand people using the beta version, maybe 10 people see an issue, which is, you can do the math on how low a percent that is. Beta version that we were released today, unfortunately, does have some, I don't know whether they call them issues or not, but the beta version that was released is supposed to be showing support and resistance automatically drawn on the charts. It is not doing it. I've alerted the development team on that, and the news is not working on it. So maybe hold off on the beta. I just realized, sorry, I just thought of that. Unless you're like me and you don't give a crap about the news, because I couldn't possibly care less about the news. Oh, wait, the news just came in. Huh. Have they fixed it? Well, that's not a stock, so that won't help my cause. We're transitioning to a new news provider. Oh, look at that. Much better. It seems to be working now. All right. I don't personally care about the news. So it's blippy in and out. But I get there are people that like the news and want the news, and it's a part of their trading, and they're successful. And, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I can't say anything bad about it. It's a personal thing for me with the news. Bears no influence in what I'm doing in anything in life, whether it's I'm going for a hike or I'm trading or I'm reading a book or whatever else. I don't care about the news. It's be impossible for me to care less. But if you're going to have a feature, it's always good to have something that's, of reasonable quality anyways. It's not, breaking news and, there's, bigger paid services for those kinds of things that are out there. But the news that we had, it worked decent for a long time. And then for whatever reason, the filtering that we do on it was not working the way it had for a number of years. So we've gone to a new system, essentially, and it's finding much better, more relevant news and from more credible sites. There's no way, as I discussed before in that trade, there's no way to backtest a money machine strategy. You can backtest alert windows. You cannot backtest top lists. Top lists do not have a backtesting feature for them. All right. It looks like they're doing something on the back end with the news here. So it's getting all squiggly and squirrely. Leave that to die on the vine for now while they work out whatever they got going on there. Yeah, so no way to backtest the money machine. Sorry. You can backtest an alert window, and it could feature the filters you want on it, but you'll have to select an alert as well to go with it. And there's no alert event in topless. So it won't be the same as, it just won't be the same as back testing on the money, or it won't be the same as running it in the money machine. Really no way to back test it. No, there's not even like a workaround or anything like that. There's just back testing for alert windows, which, if you want to back test an alert window, I'll load an alert window and show how to run it. I can find an alert window in my cloud. All right, here's some random alert window. If you right click the alert window, you'll see backtest strategy. You get a number of tabs up here. So you select the items that you want to adjust here. So, your entry, what time do you want to start entering trades in the backtest? What time do you want to stop entering them? How long do you want to hold the trade for? Do you want to exit at a specific time of day? There is no way to backtest without a timed exit. You must have a timed exit in the backtest. Then there's the risk management in here. You want to, you're losing $1 per share, or, for the stop loss, or a target of, $1 per share, or 20%, whatever you want it to be, essentially, on the risk management for your profit target here and your stop loss down here, whether you want to enable or not enable them. And then in the advanced, how far do you want to back test out? Depending on how market holidays fall, you could see this back test days as low. I've seen it as low as 59 days. I've seen it as high as 67 days. I'll generally say it's right around 60 days, the back testing. And of course, in the summary, you got that there. I'll also note on the advanced exit conditions, don't use those. Please, I'm begging you not to use those. If you are extremely trade ideas savvy, I mean, trade ideas in and out, you are a master power user at this software, you want to try the advanced exit conditions, by all means go ahead, but you cannot use any of the advanced exit conditions. If you were building a strategy to try to eventually automate, you can't use the advanced exit conditions in automation. So you put all that work in there for absolutely nothing. It's another reason why I ask people not to use it. Great. Since I'm half a day old, premium still a little lost. So from the symbols list, which is best 3 stocks, simple, how to work, check, see, Holly in the machine. All right. So you can create your own watch lists, but you can't feed Holly stocks. Holly's just going to alert anything that meets its criteria. So first, I'm going to give you a video. Watch this video, when you're ready later on, when we're not running the live stream here. This is just, for you to reference later on. So that's Holly. That video is about Holly there. It's a good overview of Holly. As far as, a best whatever to watch, there's no best 3 stocks or anything like that. We could, you could create a scan to see the stocks that are up the most on the day or down the most on the day, stocks that have, high values on specific filters and things like that. So if you consider stocks that have traded the most volume, the best stocks to look at today, you could create a scan based on that. So like just as an example to give you, we come to new and we look at topless windows. All right. And if I wanted to see the stocks that have traded the most volume today, I would come to search and look for the volume filter. When I type volume, it's going to give me everything related to volume here. And we've got the units over here, filter over here, so we can see volume today and shares. And I could go ahead and sort by that. And then I may say I want to make sure I also, maybe I have a price range that I want. So I can type in price. I'd select that. I'd add that filter. That's going to bring me to the Windows specific filters. And I could then give it a minimum price. Let's say I want stock's got to be at least $5 on the day, right? Maybe I also say I want the stock to be up a certain percent from yesterday. So change from close. Got a number of change from close options here. If I was using percent, I'd select that. You can see the units over there. Once again, I'd add that filter and say, all right, stock's going to be at least, 3% up from the prior day's close. And so if I then come to the summary tab, well, this would show me, stocks that are at least $5 that are up 3% from the prior day's close. And the stocks with the most, shares traded today would be on the top of that scan. And if I press OK, and I can name the scan up here. You can name a scan anything you want. I could call this scan stocks down the most on the day, even though it's not at all what it's doing. So I try to tell people, they see other people with scan names, don't get too hung up on the scan names, because anybody can name anything they want. And so then if I press OK, I'm going to get this over here. And, from top to bottom, these are going to be the stocks that have done the most volume on the day today. That meet that criteria also. That's got to be at least over $5. And so that's what we're looking at like that. And, that just gets you into the beginning of basic scan building, essentially. Now, I want to share with you our education page as well. And this would go for anybody new to the software. Here's the education page. And again, check these out. There's videos that I want to show you. And check them out, outside of the live stream time. Or, if you've gotten what you want in the live stream for now and you want to move on to something else, you're welcome to do that, obviously, as well. But I always think it's nice when you've got the live stream as an option, you can ask questions. So that's the education page here. User's guide is there, pretty handy. But some of the user's guide, you need a little more context sometimes on some of these items in there. And we've got a getting started series here that I did. So you get to see my smiling face. And I start with you from, the very first, let's launch the software. Let's download it. Let's log into it. If you got exchange agreements issues, I cover in there, some stuff like that. If you're past all that stuff, obviously skip that. Then I get into alerts and top list windows, how to build just a simple search of the different items in there and adding filters and values and things like that, the differences between the alerts and top list windows. Then we move on to charts, single stock window. This is your single stock window here that gives you the details, news if you so desire, a profile on the stock, so on and so forth. You move into how multi-strategies work, price alerts, building different layouts. We get into some more advanced stuff with back testing, picture-in-picture charts, formula editor, some paper trading, stock racing, so on and so forth. Probably some more stuff I need to add there eventually, but get you a pretty good handle into the beginning and basics, right up through some of the more advanced stuff that we can rock and roll on. So get that back out of the way there. I've got a lot of personal videos, excuse me, a lot of personal videos that I've done myself that go over some different items in the future as well. So no, what I just showed you an example is just a top list scan. You just building your own. Holly is its own scan, it's its own alert window, essentially. This is Holly right here. I'm going to mark it with a big pink X. So that's Holly right there. And if you want to launch that window, what you would do is on the menu bar here, I'm juggling the menu bar. I'm going to put a big pink line across part of the menu bar here. So this is the menu, what we call the menu bar, or at least what I call the menu bar. And if you go to new on that menu bar and you look for premium AI strategy trades window, that's the one you're going to want. And that's going to load this window here that's got the pink X on it. And essentially, if a stock meets any of Holly's strategies, you're going to get this real-time alert here. And I've got this set up with the columns that I want to see for Holly. There are columns you can add, and of course you could subtract columns. There's also going to be some filters up here. I believe it sets to show you only the trades that are profitable at the time. I like to look at all the trades personally because you never know when something's down, and you might say, you know what, that's a better entry point than what Holly was listing, right? And I like to look at all the strategies as well. A lot of stuff in Trade Ideas is right-click magic. So if we right-click here, we can see some different options. If you want to go into the histories for signals that are in the money, signals out of the money, or all history right here in different time frames. You can go way back on Holly's history to like, you can go all the way back to like 2020, for example, but you have to run it in 60-day 60-day clips, essentially. So what do I mean by that? If I go to time frame, and I can go all the way back here, and click this all the way back here. So I could, let's say I wanted to look at, you know, this is the most recent one, so February of 2022. And then if we wanted to go with the oldest, well, I could click this here too. Sorry, I didn't think of that. So let's go back to 2022. Let's go back to 2021, and let's go back into December of 2021 because we can look at up to 60 trading days. So I'm going to select here the Monday after Christmas for that. And if I press OK, I'm going to get all those trades from back then, you know, on that clip within the 60 trading days that we can do here. And so I could see all these different items in here, and you can see the dates on those, right? You can see the tickers, so on and so forth. So that's, you know, a little something, if you didn't know that about Holly already. Like, what's the difference between TradeWave, Holly, Money Machine? Is there a small example or video of, I don't have a video that compares the three because they're all so different, but I have a video on the TradeWave itself that I'm going to, I shared the Holly video with you. Let me share the TradeWave video. The TradeWave is just it's an indicator. It's essentially an EMA crossover on the charts. And when we cross over to the upside, we get a buy signal. When we cross over to the downside, we get a sell signal. And I go over that in detail in that video there that I just shared. I go over how Holly works in detail in the video that I shared there. And the Money Machine, I'll get you a video for that. Bear with me, bear with me. A set of videos here for the Money Machine. On this page here that I just shared, it's coming now, it's coming, there it goes, should be loaded now. There's some Money Machine videos in there and stuff to go over what the Money Machine is and how it works. So a few different things for you to rock and roll with there. The three very different things. I don't have something that specifically compares them because it would literally be me comparing a skateboard to a mountain. You know, that have nothing to do with each other whatsoever at all. Yeah, let's rock and roll with the Money Machine for you. We're going to get that going. So this is how I would do the Money Machine personally. It's entirely up to you. This is what we call our brokerage plus window here. Mine looks a specific way because I've set it up to look a specific way. You know, it's just my preference on how it looks. And, you know, you can go into those details later if you want. But what I would do is I would go to new on the menu bar and I'd open a brokerage plus window. All right. And again, it's going to open something in the ballpark of this. It, like I said, it's probably going to have a little different look and feel to it based on how you want to customize it and so on and so forth. And that's something like anything else has a natural progression to it in the sense of, you know, today it's going to be the default. And by the end of the day, you may make a few adjustments. By the end of next week, you'll have made several other adjustments. By the end of, 3 months, you'll probably have made some more adjustments, so on and so forth. Once you've got this open like that, you're going to see Money Machine settings and start Money Machine. And you're going to see brokers. First thing you want to do is come to brokers and you're going to go and you're going to connect to our paper trader because right now it's just paper trading for the Money Machine, which I think is a great thing because it is a very advanced and complex tool. And if you can't use it in a paper trader to make money, you're going to want to be real careful as far as, live trading. So for now, paper trader only for everybody in premium. And you're going to connect to that. Once you've connected to that, you'd come to Money Machine settings. Oh, you know what? You're going to have to be on the new beta to get to the Money Machine. The production version you were on doesn't have the Money Machine on it. So you will have to make that move into the beta no matter what. Let me share that again. Copy link. Oh, let's see here. Paste that in. right. So, and let me bring the download page over just so we can see what we're working with here. So when you open the download page, this is what you'll see. This is the version you're on there. That's our production version. And you're going to want this beta here. So that's what you want to download is this beta. Go ahead and click and download that and then launch. Once you've launched that, then you'll be able to get the money machine option. All the other things I shared aside from the money machine will be there. You know, you've got the paper trader is there for you. Brokerage Plus is there for you. It's just the money machine items that are here that you wouldn't see them. But you'd start this here, and there'll be like a set of default profiles in here for you, and a set of default strategies in here for you. They're just there to let you get going and trial and error some stuff. There's nothing, you know, groundbreaking in there in the sense of, oh, this is the strategy of all strategies and the end all be all to great things coming for me and so on and so forth. You know, it's just nice to have a few things where you can plug and kind of play to get used to how the system works and reacts to things. And then, you know, you can start to refine strategies and things of that nature. When I say strategy and things of that nature, it's the strategies and how the exits and things like that work. I go over in the videos that are on that one page that I shared with you, the last one, second to last one, because the download is the last page now. I go over the early money machine items. I haven't had this version of the software for enough time to do a video on the new items that are there. You can't hurt anything by just plugging and playing and experimenting. So feel free to do that. If you're not comfortable doing that at the time, you know, you can stick to the items that are in that set of videos on the money machine page that I'd shared prior. At its core, you know, I think it's very important on the money machine to understand what a top list is. So on the education page, when I shared before, and I go into on the getting started with trade ideas, this top list alerts and top list videos, I think is a very big key to understanding that. I think it's a very, very big deal to understanding that, how the scanning of the money machine works. And of course, if anybody else has any questions whatsoever, please do not be shy. Excellent, excellent. And then just in case, because, you know, perhaps you were here earlier, Barry was running this. Barry runs a live traders room, and then he streams that live traders room on this side as well. And he answered, you know, a lot of stuff about the software. Money machine, not too much for Barry. He probably has some of the basics down on it, but it's not something he gets too involved in. Comes to scan building, Barry's an expert, an absolute expert on scan building. He understands, you know, many of the alerts and filters that we offer for scan building. So he's a great resource as far as that goes. Chart function, you know, Barry's more than, you know, helpful as far as, you know, can you add an indicator, changing time frames, post-market, pre-market, the ins and outs of charts. You know, Barry's an absolute expert on all that stuff too. So you know, you can always ask Barry questions here as far as that goes. You know, his general commentary throughout the day is going to be a lot of focused on stocks that are coming through scans in the market and things like that. Versus every day at noon, every market day at noon Eastern, Barry takes a break And so this side of the stream here on YouTube, myself or one of the other educators takes over for that hour. And really it's an open free-for-all Q&A. So, I highly encourage people to leverage it. Some people take advantage, some don't. But anything and all go here. Whether, we talk software, which is my preference in general. But, if you want to go over some charts and things like that, obviously we can do those things as well. But as far as the software goes, any and all, happy to rock and roll on those. How can I create a scan where stock prices are going up at least 2 or more upward green candles, then first red candle gets printed on 5-minute charts? We don't have a green candle filter or alert. We have a consecutive candle. So, my workaround to that would be, let's do it with the top list and search, and let's go consecutive. And so you can see we have these consecutive candle filters on 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and daily timeframes. But it's important to understand they're looking at up candles, not green candles. So technically, a candle could be red and be an up candle, where if it gapped up, and even though it might have traded down and gave up a lot of the gains afterwards, as long as the high of that candle is higher than the prior candle's high and the low of that candle is higher than the prior candle's low, it would still be an up candle. So, that's what I would be looking at as far as that goes. So let's just say you said you wanted at least 2. So then I would take the consecutive candles and I'd put that in here, and I would go with 2 there, and then maybe change over the last, maybe 2 minutes. Maybe you're flat at best. So then I'd add that filter and I'd change over the last 2 minutes, maybe put a 0 there. And so you had to have at least 2 candles that were up, that closed up. And then this is, flat or down. Let's see what we get by doing this. All right. So, and we got 5 minutes there. So there you go. You got a couple of, you're up a little bit prior to it being down right now. You're up going into it, and then we're down now. Find some stocks, a little liquidity to them, at least. MULL. So same idea. We're off the recent highs, but we're up, up, up and away. And then, we're slightly pulled back here. Let's do this. PR. Is that Permian Resources? Haven't seen this stock in a while. So, look, we're trending up here, and now we're down, off those prior highs there. Lulu. Same thing here. We're moving up. Now we're down. So that's how I'd go about that. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Let me know. And last time I fixed my system, I lost my 3 charts. Would you please send me your screen setup again? Yeah, I'll give you the full layout here. Load from cloud. Shared layout, share, copy, paste. There you go. So that's my full layout there. Here's that one scan that I was messing with, and please make sure to save that. Let me name it something for you so you got an idea of down. We'll call it up 2 candles down now. And I put a $5 floor on that just in case. See, we're shared a cloud. So stock's got to be at $5 or better to get onto that scan. There you go. And then is there a way to only see news or press releases in the single stock window. I find the window gets too noisy with opinion articles. No way to define that. Sorry. The news is the news on it. I wonder. Options, connection. Nope, I'm on primary. All right, very good. You are very welcome, all of you. You're very welcome. And sorry, Phoenix Trader, that I can't be more help with your item there on the news. No way to filter the news specifically. Just get it. Ready? There we go. So a couple of minutes left here, folks. Don't be shy if you got some more questions for me. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Got a few moments left here. I'm getting the silent treatment the last few minutes here. I see how it is. Are you now?
Yeah.
You know, I thought I heard something a moment ago, but I wasn't 100% sure.
Well, I'm amazed though, because I whispered at, like 1/10 of 1 millionth of a decibel. And this mic just picks everything up. It's amazing. But I heard the mad thumper at work. Amazing. All right, my friend. I see you answer lots of questions. I'm glad you could do that, especially stuff about the money machine. I think I caught a tail end of what you were saying and I popped out again. Yeah, I just don't, I can't really look at the money machine. I can't give it enough time because,
Yeah,
as you know, you've really got to pay attention to it, getting in and, well, getting in, but getting out of the trades. And I just don't have the time to do that. So, uh, what is your feeling about it right now? I mean, are we getting any closer, or what
there's
do you
been no
think?
mention as far as live trading on it in a long time.
Okay.
So I don't
All right.
know where we stand with it, to be honest. I wonder if we're waiting to finish the trade station connection
Okay.
before, but that's just me speculating, to be honest.
Right. Okay.
Um, so that's, as far as that goes. And I mean, anything else about the money machine, uh, you know, can't back test with it. That's the hardest thing for me. And I
Mm-hmm.
mean, even if you could, I mean, there are so many variables. Am I back testing for the top stock, the top 10 stocks?
Mm-hmm.
Um, the trade wave on 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute.
Right.
Like there's close above the top wave, close below the bottom wave, bottom of the wave. There's so many variables with it. I mean, it's just mind-boggling to me as far as all that goes. So, I like if I was day trading anyways, I'd like the idea of it being something to say, all right, let's focus on these top stocks from this top list.
Mm-hmm.
And let's consider these, this trade wave to manage the exits.
Still have to manage. You still have
But
to manually
yeah,
manage the exit. So I mean
yeah,
that's still going to be the biggest hurdle, I think, for most people who are just looking for something to be fully automated and just let it run.
that's it without a question. So that's where I stand with it. I mean, the last thing I can say about it is it's an extremely advanced tool. It's
Mm-hmm.
not something, if you are not a trader, if you do not understand technical analysis, it is not something you're going to just be able to walk right into. It's going to
Right.
take you, you know, significant study and time to understand it,
Mm-hmm.
at least into a very advanced, in-depth form. You got to
Right.
build a scan for it. If you don't know what RSI is, if you don't know what SMAs are, if you don't know what VWAP is, if you don't know what average true range, if you don't know what these things are, how are you going to build a
Yeah.
scan?
Exactly. All right. Well, thank you for the little synopsis of that. You're right. I haven't heard too much mention of it, so I wasn't sure what the status is.
Yep.
Okay, Christopher. Well, again, as always, thanks for taking over for me for the hour. Now, what are your plans for the rest of the week in terms of this? Are you? I
Uh,
think I saw that Steve's going to do tomorrow.
yeah, I think that'll cover that. I don't know what's happening Wednesday. Perhaps if Dan's not around, nothing
Oh,
happens
right,
Wednesday.
right, right. My
Thursday, the
guess is
market's closed, so that's why I think Steve will go tomorrow, and Friday would
okay.
be Andy.
All
That's
right.
that's my anticipation of how the week's going to go.
All right. Well, if I don't see you for the rest of the week, have a great New Year's, and we'll see you next week.
That sounds very good, and you have a happy New Year's yourself, whatever you do. I'm sure you'll be big time partying.
Oh yeah, if I can stay awake till midnight. Yeah, right. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Take care, Barry. Bye, everybody.
Okay.
We'll see
Bye.
you on the next one. Happy New Year's, all, and for the stream for you. There you go. You should have the screen back now.
All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms. And I'm actually in a trade right now. It hasn't moved at all. It's the NAVN. NAVN. Well, I was just after I finished a little lunch, I took a look at this NAVN. It had won, I think it won the last race. No, well, not the last race, but it won a race. It's won 3 races. And kind of like the way it was just over 16. It's basically right where I bought it, well, a little under. So, I don't want to see it get down underneath the VWAP. Doesn't look that good right now, but I'm going to hold on for a bit just to see if it holds 16 and maybe bounces off 16. But So I don't know. I actually had a little bit of profit when it got up to that 16.29 mark. Actually, that's wrong. That is no, I think so. No, I think when I was in it, it got up to 16.20. Excuse me, from the 16.08. But I was hoping for more, but I may not get it. And so the SOPA is starting to come back a little bit. I'm seeing I have that one thumbnailed, other monitors. So SOPA is trying to come back a little bit. Surely, yeah, won 10 races today so far. But, again, it's coming into the VWAP, so that VWAP may stall it. And GVH has won 12 races today, but on the way down now. Yeah. Yeah, I saw you guys talking about woke or WOK. Yeah, I mean, look, anything is possible with the float. If I still can't believe it's only 10,000 in the float, it makes no sense to me. But anything is possible. You get this little move off here. The VWAP is way up above it, so that's not really going to stall it. Well, it could stall it if it got close, but it's way, way below it. So, but you never know. So, I mean, the only good thing you can say about it right now, it's holding 3. American Eagle Outfitters, AEO guys. So AEO, not quite as it had earnings the same day or the day after. I think ANF did. ANF just kept moving, moving, moving. Not bad though. I mean, look, it had a little pullback after earnings, but it's been moving nicely. Also, AEO, American Eagle. So the retailers have done actually. Take a look at XRT. Oh, I looked at it this morning, and yeah, the retail ETF has done quite well. Again, my miss of the day certainly was Velo, VELO. That though, in my defense, it had that big pullback, almost a dollar pullback, and then it just ran. And I can see that silver is starting to slide again. SLV starting to slide again. So it had the nice. What did it do at the VWAP? See what it did? You can see. I mean, it got into the VWAP area, and that acted as resistance. And tried about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. Right around the VWAP area before it said, nope, we're not going to get out. We're not going to take it out. Yeah, well, GLSI is something I missed also. GLSI, I mean, that's a for a stock that has only 6 million in the float, it's a bad spread. I mean, it just tightened a bit, 21.52. But look at that, like the spread is pretty tough. Now that spread won't matter, of course, if it tacks on a dollar or two. But yeah, on a 2-minute chart, that is really nice. Considering the spread is not great, and also the float is very low. But I can't take it now. It's too. It's just it's just. I would have to wait for some kind of a pullback. And oh, I see what happened. So they extended the lockup of shares to September 2020. Wow. Okay. Now I don't know what it was before. I don't know how imminent it was, but I mean, now they're saying that, so that's 9 months. So they're extending the lockup period for directors and officers, etc. to be able to sell their shares. This was obviously an IPO. When was it? Right here, I guess. So they've extended it to next September, but I don't know from when. Let's see if it. So the lockup period for shares owned by the company's directors, officers, and certain pre-IPO investors is September 3rd. Just don't know what it was before. All right, guys, 109 right now. So let me go over my homepage one last time today. And I had made a mistake, actually. It's been corrected. Oh, just give me a moment, guys. Ooh, I almost accidentally deleted you guys. Okay, I'll answer your question, Burks. Okay, so the question is, how can I get my IB newsfeed? Well, of course, you have to have Interactive Brokers as your broker. So is that your broker? Talking to you, Burks in our YouTube room. Is that so? You have to have Interactive Brokers as your broker. Do you have? Is that your broker? Can you hear me? Because it's just news from Interactive Brokers. But you have to have Interactive Brokers as your broker. I can't give it. Oh, an IB trial. Okay, now I don't know what the trial is like, but if you click on file, if I don't know what your menu looks like, but if you click on file, and then you go down to a new window, and a huge box pops out, and if you scroll down, you'll see news. Another box pops out, and then you go to Newswire. Another box pops out, and then you'll see finally you'll see something that says company specific news. But I don't know what you see with the trial. You could also just search. I guess you could actually go into the search box. I've never tried it that way, but if you type in news, I just can't show it to you because it's my account. Okay, so I can't show it to you. I just don't know what the trial gives you for at Interactive Brokers. But do you have a toolbar that has at the very top file account help? Okay, well, I'll wait for your answer. Okay, guys, so on my homepage, I made a mistake. It's not 30% off. It'll be 28% off, okay? A premium annual, not 30%. The rest is fine. The Barry 25, that'll get you 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of either a premium, not, excuse me, 25% off the first month only in a standard or premium subscription, first month only, or 25% off the standard annual, 28% off if you take a premium annual. Okay. So I had made a mistake. I'd had Barry 30 as the promo, but So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, just please use my promo code. Helps to keep the rooms free, the two rooms, meaning the YouTube room and the main room. If you're sitting in YouTube wondering what the other room is, call it on my homepage. We call it the trading room, and it's free, same as YouTube. Just a little more, well, not a little more, a lot more action in that room, interaction amongst other traders. Okay. So if you're looking for that, it's fine to stay in YouTube if you just want to hear me and see my screen. But if you are looking for a little more interaction with other traders, also come into the trading room. It's free also, and it's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Whereas I open YouTube at about 8:30 Eastern time. Get on the mic, both rooms at 9 o'clock. And then this room, the trading room, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30, though I'll always stay later if there are questions. But even when I leave, I didn't, William, I'm not sure I saw if you're going to keep the room open after I leave today. I'm not sure I saw that. But William, typically after I leave the main room, we'll keep the main room open, maybe 3:30, 3:45. 3:45, as she says. Okay. So even when I leave, so on a big day, the room is open. This room is open from about 6:45 a.m. to say almost 4 o'clock Eastern time. I have to shut down YouTube when I leave because there's nobody is left there to moderate it. So that's why I have to shut down YouTube. So having said all of that, if you click on my homepage link, we've gone over the subscription. And if you keep moving down, you can see one of the sections. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. That is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Let me see if it triggered. This week's trade of the week is ABTC. Bitcoin play, ABTC. And it has not triggered. Okay, the trigger is $2. Now, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. But when you get the email, it's outlined that where the suggestion is to take the trade, a suggested stop, and all of that. Okay, and why? I think what happened here, Steve said in the email that the lockup period was over for this stock, so some downward pressure of the insiders trading it out. But that seems to be over now. And of course, it was beaten up along with most of the Bitcoin stocks anyway. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. After checking those two folders, if you don't see it there, then by all means contact us. We'll try to figure out why you're not getting it. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the first thing you must do, so if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, go to the education section, click on the more info, and 12 short videos, getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? Mandatory you do this first, 12 short videos. Now, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, I would start off with the second video and go to the last one. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. You can try us for a month. If you don't like it, you can always unsubscribe. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Another free series of videos. There are 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of the information that you see here and more other information too, so scroll down till you see the custom scan section. So here are the two races that I'm sharing. You can actually see the large cap gainers is right here, and call it just regular gainers right here. This is way more volatile than this one. You can see some pretty big percentage moves in this one. Here's a 6% move right here. You will rarely, if ever, see anything in this one that approaches that. Doesn't mean these are bad to trade, though. It just means they're going to be less volatile. And if I were starting out trading, I would probably look at something like this, even though this can be very exciting. But these things can go up quickly, but they can go down just as quickly and even more quickly down. So those are the two movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. I do not have it up and running now. Pre-market actors up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. Halts resumes is down here. And then I do have my gap continuation or reversal scan. I do have it up and running on another monitor, but I do not have the Momo scan or the Pepe combo scan up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad, just means, I'm trying to reduce the number of windows I have to look at. So you can ask me questions about them if you have any questions. And as always, with anything that I've got, you can always make adjustments to it. For instance, you may not like the price range I look at. Okay, you can always make adjustments to any of the scans that I am currently sharing. And again, just to quickly go over the races, the races automatically create a top 10 list for you over the course of the day. These are the ones that have won the most races. So you can see the GVH has won 13 races, SOPA 11, all the way down to AMC has won 2. This is in the volatile race. And then in the large cap race, there's also, Victoria's Secret's run 9 races today. Wow. You can see, look at a beautiful move, beautiful move. And all races start off from a top list window. And the whole idea of a race is that, you can set up your own race parameters. I'm running a 4-minute race. You can run whatever time frame you want. I'm running a 4-minute race, so I'm 2 minutes in. What does that 2.3% means? It means that since the race started almost two minutes ago, this stock has moved the most percentage-wise, 2.3%. But you just got taken down. Now this one is AZI up 1.6%. So it's like any other race. You're going to have jockeying for position till the race is over. When a race is over, there's obviously a winner. And that's why these stocks. So AZI has not won a race today. So even if it wins this race, you won't see it because it's only going to show you the top 10. And again, how to use this? Well, I would certainly, if a stock is, you don't have to wait for the race to be over before you click on a symbol. Click on it, see what's happening. Maybe it's setting up the way you like. A little bit of a break here, way above the VWAP. Or maybe you're the type of person that wants to wait for something to pull back. I mean, a stock could be winning a race. It could have pulled back a lot and then starting to move. Okay. So it doesn't mean that the stock has to be at the high of the day for it to be leading or win a race. So I would click on anything you see in here at any point just to see what's happening. I would click on anything that's won a race. See if it's setting up the way you like it. We were just talking about the GLSI, and now look at the pullback. So, this is pulling back, and it's pulling back into the VWAP. Will the VWAP act as support? We don't know for sure, but you can see what it's doing. That's a pretty big pullback. That is from $30, $30.84 down to 26. So, I mean, that is over a $4 pullback. That's pretty dramatic. But you never know. Maybe the VWAP acts as support. Yeah. So, Chief. So the question is, how do you change the time frame on a race? So the first thing I'd like to do is just show you in the user guide where all this information is. Okay, how to create a race, where how does a race even start? So I'll go to I'll show you the user guide, but I will show you very specifically how you can do that. But let me just bring up the user guide for you. Okay, so on my homepage, I'll put that in the YouTube room also. So on my homepage, click on my homepage link and scroll down a bit until you see the education section right here. Click on the more info, and right at the very top, right at the very top is our user guide. Okay, Now, again, for those of you new, don't get overwhelmed by everything that's in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything in order to use the program. But specifically, if you're looking for stock races, right there, okay? This tells you everything you should know about how to create your own stock race with your own set of parameters, including, the time frame. But let me just quickly show you. I'll duplicate this window, okay? Because I don't want to overwrite it. So if you have a race up and running, say you have my race, okay? You have my race. So what you would do is you click on the square right there, click on the square. That'll stop the race. That's the first step. You stop the race. Then you right click and show race setup. And you can see right at the top, minutes to run. So for my races, I'm running 4-minute races, but you can pick whatever time frame you want. Okay? So that's basically, that'll answer your question. And most people want to have the race, when the race is over, you want the next one to start. So, okay. And you can run the race. You can run the race in the pre-market if you want. I don't. I wait till 9:30, like 9:30 open. But you can start running the race the minute you load trade ideas. You see it says auto start unload. Okay. But I'm doing an auto start at time, and I'm picking 9:30. You don't have to. I mean, that's just what I'm doing. Okay. But those are the two key things probably. And auto rerun. I mean, I think I can't imagine anybody wants to manually start a race once it's over. You probably you're going to want to run the next race once the race is done. So you don't want to always have to click, okay, this, when the race is over, so auto rerun, I'm pretty sure, is what everybody wants. Okay, so, and again, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this, you notice one of my options is open the top list. And so this is the top list window that the races run from. So notice if I right click on it, it says I can have an option that says launch real-time stock race. So you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. The fact that I want to see these stocks doesn't necessarily mean that these are the stocks you want to see. So what I've done is I've said, okay, I've created my top list window. I want to see stocks between $1 and $50. Minimum volume is 500,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. That doesn't have to be what you want to see. You may have a different price range you like. Maybe you don't care if the stock is up from yesterday's close. Maybe you want to add some filters in. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. And once you've done that, then you launch the race from it. You can actually add your own symbol list or watch list to the top list window. And so run a race just on those symbols alone all day, if that's what you want to do. Highly flexible. And again, the concept of the racing is this. In a top list window, as long as I have the column header, which in this case, the C% means the change from the previous day's close, I can sort on it. You double left click on the column header. And so if I do that, which I've done, I can see that BNAI is up 102% from Friday's close. GVH, 46%, etc., all the way down. Notice that the stock has to be up at least 2%. Remember, that's one of my filters. Okay? But again, the whole concept of racing, it doesn't necessarily care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is in this list of stocks that you've got, what stock is moving the most since the start of the race. So it could be some stock down here, alts, it's up 3.4% right now. But what if all of a sudden, for some reason, it was up 4%, 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list? How would you know that? How could you possibly stare at a list of stocks all day long and try to figure out which one was moving? Well, that's what the race does for you. So people ask a lot of times, I'd like to see a stock, as it's starting out, not necessarily, at the high of the day or something that's already had a big jump. Well, that's how a race can help you. A stock could just be kind of starting out and on the way. The other thing that could be happening is that stock is winning a race. It could have already pulled back though quite a bit, and maybe it's starting to go again. There's a lot of ways in which you can use the race depending on your trading style. Meanwhile, guys, look at silver now. Look at SLV right now. Boy, that was that was a short-lived. I wouldn't call it short-lived. Maybe an hour or an hour and a half. But now it is starting to give it up again. Silver, SLV, and I'm sure most of the silver stocks are really starting to fall again. So that anyway, that is the beauty of the race. Okay, you just you watch what stock is moving. You don't have to wait for it to be at the top here. You can check if you see a stock in this list, click on it, see what's happening. And the reason why there are not that many stocks in this race is because I've added a couple of filters that restrict the number of stocks. And that's what I want. Why I call it a large cap is because large cap race is because I've got the market cap has to be at least $500 million and the float has to be at least 50 million. Also, it has to be near the high of the day at 95. This little filter, this position in the day's range, I put 95. That means it's near the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Understand, this doesn't necessarily mean that's what you have to see. You can make adjustments to what I've got. In this case, I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70. And again, right click, launch the stock race. On a day where the market is up a lot or up, there will, generally speaking, be a lot more stocks. But still, it gives us things to take a look at all day long. Where I found, I mean, not that it's worked out fabulously, but that's where so far, the NAVN. When I'm showing some patience in it, a little bit above where I bought it, but. So, guys, it's about 1:31 right now, Eastern time. So, I'll be taking off sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always stay later if there are questions. But if there are no questions, I just don't feel like hanging around. Ooh, remember this one? We were looking at this one before I took my break, Omer, because it had all sorts of room. So it moved a little bit. It was just over 16. I recall it was just over 16. So it's moved a little bit, 16.25, got as high as 16.33. And Chief, don't forget, and to anybody, if you make a change, don't forget to change to save your layout. Okay, you make any change at all, like the time frame or any change to your charts, make sure you save your layout. Like any other software program, if you make a change, you don't save it. It's not going to. It's going to either think, well, I guess you didn't want me to, didn't want to save it. So you have to make sure you save your changes. The at the very least, if you click on File and then you click on Exit, it's going to ask, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then everything you've done will be saved. That's the very least. But it's always good practice. Anything you create, a scan, take something from me and you got it on your monitor, save the individual. So right here, the biggest scan is from the start of the race. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it into your cloud. So it's there. If you accidentally shut it down, well, you just bring it back from the cloud. So I always save individual scans. And then, of course, I save my layout to the cloud, file, save or share to cloud. You probably click on entire layout, give it a name. My 9:30 layout, my layout for the day, whatever you want to call it, and save it. Reason to do that, there are a few reasons. Obviously, if you accidentally delete your layout somehow, well, it's in your cloud. The other reason for doing things like that is that you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But if you say, excuse me, if you bought a new laptop today, well, you download the program and then file load from cloud. So you don't have to obviously recreate everything from scratch. So it's always a good idea to save individual scans to the cloud because you never know. Like myself, I'm a good example. I mean, I've had this program since 2010. That's 15 years, over 15 years with this program. I've created many scans. Most of them, some of them I created like 10 years ago. Probably I haven't looked at them for a long time. Every now and then I'll look at one and say, I should bring that one back. You know, I think 10 minutes is the default, isn't it, Chief? 10-minute races. I think that's the default. I like running. Yeah, I mean, I don't. You know what? I honestly don't know why I picked 4 minutes. I mean, I picked 4 minutes. I could have picked 5 minutes. I could have picked 3 minutes, but I picked 4 minutes. I think I wanted more. Like 10 minutes doesn't give me enough winners because I do like the idea of creating a top 10 list fairly quickly. So if I'm running 10-minute races, it's going to take, excuse me, it's going to take a while to build a top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races. Anyway, we're just looking at silver and silver. It's going to be, tomorrow will be a really interesting day for silver, I think, because I mean, is this just a 1 day sell off? Big profit taking. I mean, this has had just an amazing year run and an amazing month run, not just a year run, but an amazing month run. Yeah, I mean, look at that. The low of the month was 50, 51. The high of the month was 71. That's why they said it had moved 33% in the month. So, due for a obviously like due for a pullback. Now, what will happen tomorrow? Will the selling continue for a while? And then look at gold. Gold did not get the same percentage hit that silver did, but it still looks, almost equally the same in terms of the daily chart, coming into maybe some support. And the market. So what has the market been doing? So we had that big, move down. That was at 6:55 a.m. Eastern time. So it's sort of a steady move down all the way till 9:15. Market open at a big surge. Then we had the drop, another little pop, and the drop. Now another little pop through the VWAP, through the VWAP. So maybe that could be significant. So Burks, were you able to see whether or not you could load news in the in your trial for interactive brokers? What does that even mean though when you have a trial of interact? Do they don't give you live data, do they? All right, guys. Well, another 20 minutes or so. Not within trade ideas, CGR. You know, our news. I know they're trying to fix it. You notice when I click on news, I get nothing. Okay. Oh well, wait a minute. Now that is different. So let me see. Maybe they've got no, still nothing. I know they're trying to. I'm on a development version. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I'm getting some news now. Yeah, I don't. Again, I don't. Well, I don't know if this is they're trying to get it more relevant. That's all I can say. Okay. I don't use it. I mean, I use my interactive brokers headline news. Okay. It's but I know they're trying to get it more relevant. Okay. Now, when you say scans, of course, you mean scanning news? Oh, a better scan for news. Okay. Now we don't scan for news. Even if this gets better, we're never going to scan for news if that's what you mean. The problem is, I mean, I know some people say, well, why don't you have a little, I don't know, a little N or something here that means they had some news. Well, you know, I'm sure every single stock out there will have some news. And now you're going to say, when I'm not just talking to you, well, I want it to be the relevant news. Well, you know, that becomes the hard part. Some people might say, oh, that's relevant. Another person might say, well, that's not that relevant to me anyway. Yeah, I mean, Benzinga, but that is a pay service. You know, what are you paying? 150 a month? Yeah. So I mean, you're not going to get that. No, you're not going to get that with us. But you know, I mean, who's your broker? CGR. Who's your broker? I'm always amazed. I mean, this news headline that I have. So I don't know. Doesn't CMEG have a news feature of some sort? Come on. So, you know, this morning, SOPA, okay, this was an active one in the pre-market, still, you know, still up 36%. So in the pre-market, you know, this is what I'm looking at when I click on something and I know it's a low floater. It doesn't have to be a low floater, but you know, immediately I know it's a low floater and I'm checking the news. So it's not scanning for the news, but the minute I click on the symbol, you know, this is from my Interactive Brokers headline news, and I can see what the news is today for SOPA. As an example, you're talking about a low float stock, so that is a low float stock. But any stock that's moving, whether it's low float or not, you know, I'm usually usually there's a reason. Sometimes though, you know, we check to see what the news is. We can't find anything. There isn't any. It's just, you know, it's just moving at some kind of a a promotion play. And I'm always amazed in this day and age. Yeah, I link with, we've got this external linking tools, external linking, not to be confused with Brokers Plus. It's got nothing to do with Brokers Plus, okay? It's just that we link with many brokers. Now, I can't tell you about CMEG, but we link with many brokers. Now, if it's web based, we don't link to it. But if as long as it's an application, then we can link with it. And so linking meaning this: when I click on a symbol, it loads into my order entry. Okay, it loads right into my order entry into Interactive Brokers. But like most brokers, just give me a moment. Let's take a look at VSCO as an example. So here's my time in sales. Okay, I clicked on VSCO. Here's my time in sales. Also linked to this little window here that tells me how many shares are available to short if I wanted to short it. Okay. And it's like most, I just my link, the little green link it's all green. So that's why when I click on a symbol in Trade Ideas, everything changes within Interactive Brokers, unless I don't want it to. So if you're somebody like myself who clicks on a lot of symbols all day long, I mean, it's a tremendous time saver. Imagine if I had to type in the symbol. Is CMEG a download? Is it an application or is it web-based version? Is it web-based? Okay, well, you know, yeah, you can just try it. I mean, like follow the instructions. With Interactive Brokers, external linking, and when you add the link, it says, Kate, with this window active, then I'm going to take my pointer. This is for Interactive Brokers, and I put it right in the order entry of Interactive Brokers, and then I hit the Shift key, and that basically establishes the link. There's one other step that I do in the rules. Sometimes some of the brokers don't need that, but in the rule for Interactive Brokers, I pick Interactive Brokers Live, and that's it. I mean, it takes all of maybe 5 seconds. Though most of the time my link is saved. I don't even have to do that every day. So with CMEG, just try it. Put it in the order entry, hit the Shift key, and then see if the link is established. Sometimes you have to run both programs in administration mode. I don't have to do that with IB, but sometimes that's what you have to do. So it can be trial and error. Understanding that the broker doesn't care whether we can link with him or not. All right, MGRT. This what is this one doing? So this is got halted on the way down. Okay. Boy, did this one ever fall? So GLSI. Look at the fall. This was I checked also. This was not shortable for me. Excuse me, at Interactive Brokers. I checked, and when it says this contract will be available for short sale if the shares can be located. When I get that message, I just it means that I'd have to call them, and they'd have to when you're trying to day trade or short or you can't wait.
Because we don't have the budget, nor we plan to include anyone else in the group. And the alleviating the news was really that is it. So that lost weight and look like this, stuff like that. So you're not in the team.
All right, guys. Well, I'm getting a little tired of the NAVN. I'm going to give it one last little. It's a little under where I bought it, so. All right, guys. Well, it's 10 minutes to 2 now, Eastern time. So I may only have about 10 minutes left. So if you have any questions, please ask them now. I don't have to leave. I understand that I don't have to leave, but I just don't feel like hanging around if there are no questions. OTF, haven't seen that one today. OTF, what is this one doing? Yeah, nice little, not a bad little move. What sort of room does it have? Looks like this was an IPO a few months ago, back in June of this year. Looks like it anyway. Always blew out. Yeah, I think I sort of remember this one. All right. Well, let's take a closer look at this OTF. First of all, a couple of things. I like to see it get over 15, the whole number. If it did that, what would happen? There's a high of 1480 right there on the monthly. 1582, a ton of room. Silver's having a little pop again. SLV. So I had the pullback, and now it's having a little pop again. See, this time, I mean, what will happen? Will it get close to the VWAP again, and will the VWAP stall it, or will this time, if it gets close, will it pop its head through and maybe have more of a recovery? All right, guys. Well, getting set to wrap this up. I will definitely be watching silver and gold tomorrow to see if we have a big recovery day or more of a down day. My trailing losses are not cumulative. Are you talking about in brokerage plus, which I'm absolutely not an expert in, but you're talking about in brokerage plus, W. Harrison? All right. Well, let's see. Because it could be a column that you just have to add. Just give me a moment. Okay, there it is. So are you talking about, well, see, obviously I don't have anything in here. Multiple cells are not cumulative. This is something you may have to ask Chris. He has a lot more experience in this than I do. But so let me take a trade. Boy, I haven't done this for a while. Well, I'm not saying I'm just taking trades. I don't when you say a strategy, are you talking about in the money machine or are you talking about just in general taking trades in brokerage plus? Are you talking about the money machine? Because I'm not, you're talking about setting a strategy for the buy and sell. Because I have no strategy that I'm just taking trades manually. And so what I thought you meant was, okay, you got your total P&L here for this SLV is 105 less minus. So are you talking about these strategies here or your own? So do you have your own that you put in here? Or just using, I guess these are the default strategies. I've never used Brokerage Plus. So I should not have asked two questions. Okay, so edit the defaults. Okay, so edit the trading strategy, and you have to pick your account, of course. So I'm going to pick simulator or paper trading. Save that. Order details. Well, I don't know what you do in here. Risk management. Okay, so you got a stop loss. So a trailing stop. So you're talking about right there. So you got, okay, trailing stop and the offset. Okay, so a percent, trailing stop percent. Never use this. So, you know, Too bad you weren't around between 12 and 1 because Chris has got a way more experience than I have in Brokerage Plus. But what is it? What is the question right now, though? I thought you meant that when you have a loss, that you want to have a column that totals them all up. No, you've got me there. Order 100 shares, then order 100 shares, and a trailing stop at 200. Do you mean you want to get out of the entire your entire position? Oh, I see. I see. I see. So you're taking two orders, different orders. You're taking 100 shares, and then you're taking another 100 later. I see. And then you want the when it hits the trailing stop, you want to get out of your entire position, the 200. Yeah, so that is something, I don't know if Pepe's around, maybe you know. So you're saying I see what you mean, okay. It's only getting rid of the first order. Perfect circle, yeah, but I'm talking a perfect circle in our YouTube room. I'm not that, I don't use Brokers Plus. So maybe that's a limitation. If you've tried that, maybe it's just a limitation. I'm surprised though. It should be able to look at the cumulative. Now I understand what you mean. I'm surprised that it cannot. So Pepe's asking, are you taking the second? How are you getting into the first one in the first place? Are you taking the second 100 manually? Are you adding it manually? But how is it executing the second 100? I mean, because you're using one of these, I guess. You're using one of these. Ah, You're not talking, so you're not using the buy and sell. You're not using these buttons here at all. Okay. Well, Pepe may be able to answer you, but if he can, I'm sure Chris can. Okay. It may be something, it might be a limitation. Boy, it's been a long time since I've looked at this. Right, right click on the trade graph. So here's the trade window and the position. So you're talking about this. Okay. So I right click. Oh, not Brokerage Plus. Oh, are you talking about this little, how do you even see this? You're talking about in the chart? Oh, okay. Okay. So are you talking about clicking on the right trade and then you get this and then you click on one of these? Or are you talking about that little box that shows up? Which I'm trying to figure out where is that box? Enable trade order entry. Okay, so I was here, right click, trade, and then one of these. All right, so buy, okay. I see, so I just did that, okay. So now you're saying if I added to it? And it's not, so there's the 200 shares, okay. So I added to it 100 shares plus 100 shares, 200, and now, okay, the trailing stop is not cumulative. Well, I don't know what this, well, I guess it must be a limitation for some reason. If Pepe cannot answer you, then and Pepe don't feel you have to, of course, but I would go to info@trade-ideas.com and ask that question. Yeah, you're saying it's not cumulative. It only will trade you at the 100 instead of the 200, and if you want to get out of the entire position, it won't. So do an attention, Chris. Okay. Too bad you weren't around at between 12 and 1 because he'll tell you almost immediately, I'm sure. I'm sorry you can't do it. It's a limitation. We'll put it as a feature request or something to that effect. Okay. Well, just info@trade-ideas.com. Okay. So send the email and then say attention, Chris, and then explain what you're trying to do. So Chris will see it. So, yep, send the email to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay. And then attention, Chris, and then explain what you're trying to do. Okay. He's not in here. He's not in here. I've added hours to the target. Yeah, the actual. You want to you want to go in with a lower one, right? If you come out higher, that's great. That's a win for that.
Yeah,
But this is a conservative. All right, guys, 2:08 now. So again, I'll stick around if there are more questions. I believe me, I enjoy the questions, even if I can't answer them. Sorry, W. Harrison. But at the worst or least, I can usually direct you to people who can. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I think I might start wrapping this up then. So, yeah, no, my wife is working from home, so yeah, she's and she has a co-worker with her. Okay, guys, I think I'll wrap this up then. So, as always, thanks for all the help all day long. For those of you who are in YouTube, you can head over to the main room. It'll be open till about 3:45 Eastern time. So if you do, only for those of you who are on YouTube, if you want to head over to the main room, You click on my homepage link. Okay, again, only for those of you on YouTube, and you click on the trading room right here. It's free, okay? But this room will be open till 3:45. And I have to shut YouTube down completely. That's the issue. So when I leave, I will do the best I can to keep. Do I still really have to keep it on? No, in fact, surf mode. I mean, I got the races going. I don't know why I should keep it on surf mode. At least there's action on the races. Actually, I had a complaint from somebody saying, well, you put it on surf mode and you leave, and the symbol gets loaded for like 2 seconds, then it goes to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. So I'm not sure it's really that beneficial. So I will right now mute myself in the main room, okay? And I'm going to exit. I'm going to shut down Sayonara. I'm going to shut down YouTube.